Hello all my beautiful little unicorns and welcome back to my channel. And if this is the first time that you're on my channel, my name's Vanessa Somuayina. You guys know me as your big sis from the internet, as well as your favorite tarot reader and psychic CEO. Let's delve straight into it, my gorgeous soul. I have these 3 groups prepared for you, and these 3 groups are going to unravel everything that you need to know about the year 2025. That is right, my gorgeous bestie. We're going to go into some extreme detail, so make sure that you get yourself comfortable, get a beverage of your choice, some snacks. Put this on as you're doing housework, cleaning up, prepping for 2025, driving to or from work, or perhaps you're at the gym or just want to have a little quiet moment for yourself. This reading is the perfect video for you to be playing in those situations, to take in all of the messages and allow them to infiltrate your subconscious mind and attune you to winning for the year 2025. Now, the 3 groups that I've got prepared for you are as follows. Group number 1 corresponds to my Gentle Heart Tarot deck, as well as to the Grape Agate point. Group number 2 corresponds to the Dreams of Gaia Tarot deck, as well as the Aqua Aura point. And group number 3 corresponds to the Tarot in Wonderland deck, as well as the Cherry Agate Crystal point. The timestamps to these 3 groups can be found below in the description box as per usual, so all that you need to do is click your timestamp and you'll be fast forwarded to the relevant portion of this video. I will be starting off the readings with group 1, so if that is the group that you chose, then simply continue watching. And to my other 2 beautiful groups, I will now provide you with a moment of privacy so you can meditate on the 3 groups. Feel free to pause the video right here if you need a minute. And then once you've selected the group of your choice, click your timestamp and I'll catch you during your 2025 predictions. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 1. You chose the Grape Agate to help guide you for the year 2025, as well as my Gentle Heart Tarot deck, which is the very first deck that I ever published. I'll just put your Grape Agate up here. This is a crystal of versatility. So this does show me that 2025 is going to show just how skilled you are at dealing with any situation and making the best of everything, whether that is quite clearly a favorable situation or you are dealing with challenges and you still are going to be triumphant. First up, we've got the Devil card. Now, don't freak out, group number 1. This actually shows us that you are devilishly seductive during the year 2025. You are the kind of person that has this electrifying, magnetic, mesmerizing aura and energy to you. And the devil actually represents the fact that you are going to be more successful than ever before through using your charm and finally understanding that you are worthy of all of the things that you desire. And the devil does also show me that there will be a lot of temptations for you in 2025, which makes it interesting, which makes it extremely intricate. Because when you have people who you're drawn towards, when you have different ways in which you're allowing life to seduce you, as a human being, it is your nature to find that exciting, to find that very much something that gets your blood rushing and going. So we've got August and October. Those are the months in which you will be at the height of your persuasion power as well. So anything that you desire, whether it's a raise at your job, starting your own successful business, finally breaking through making 5-figure months or your soulmate, August and October is the culmination of your seduction practices. And that is when you will find that it becomes completely evident that you've gone from doormat to seductive, sweet, but also very, not calculated, but I want to say very decisive siren type of energy. And next up, we've got the Queen of Diamonds. I see that this is showing up because you are no longer playing about your time, your energy, your money, basically all of your finite resources. And you know what? The Queen of Diamonds corresponds to the suit that is connected to the element of earth, right? Diamonds, they represent earth. Earth signs are signs like Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. And the Queen of Diamonds is in control over things in the earthly realm. The Queen of Diamonds knows precisely how she wants to divvy up her time. She knows who she is, who she wants to become. She also isn't afraid to be a little bit direct, decisive when it comes to business deals, because at the end of the day, she knows these bags, shoes, this house, these vacations, they're not paying for themselves. So she knows that it is a dog eat dog world, and she's going to have to just sometimes be a little bit more direct and be a little bit within some masculine energy to work related things to make sure that she is not the one that's left out. The Ace of Diamonds reverse tells us that 2025 is not a year of new beginnings where you're starting from the bottom. Everything that you've learned up until now in business, when it comes to dealing with human beings, everything that you've learned is serving you and is going to help you to be infinitely abundant and successful in the year 2025, because you're taking all of those lessons with you rather than feeling as though you are just at the mercy of life. So you've learned, for example, the telltale signs of people who lie and are dishonest. Great, because now in business dealings and anything that comes up, you have those patterns that you recognize in people who have the tendency to be dishonest, and you can immediately tell that you're dealing with that kind of person. I also want to add some letters into your reading because Spirit likes to be, oh, we already have one that popped out, likes to be specific. So we've got C, we've got D, A, E. Okay, so one thing that I'm getting is dance. We just have the N that is missing. So here we go. Dance is going to be of important. And one thing that I am also getting here is ace. All right, we have the Ace of Diamonds reverse. You see Ace of D. The Ace of Diamonds is an important message for you. And I want us to delve a little more deeply into this and ask Spirit why. Why is the Ace of Diamonds so important? I want us to also use our Astro Dice for this. All right, and you know why? Because we've got a Virgo here. Remember how the Ace of Diamonds corresponds to the element of earth? Now we've got Virgo, an earth sign who is ruled by Mercury. This is a very detail-oriented sign, usually a perfectionist. The Ace of Diamonds and Virgo shows us that a Virgo is going to impact your life in a really profound way in 2025. You can't make this up. You guys saw me roll the dice. You guys saw how this is all happening with Spirit just giving us the divine interventions necessary to get the information that we need for 2025. This Virgo is really tempting, but the Ace of Diamonds reverse tells me that for you, group number one, this Virgo is probably somebody that you're going to have to say, either you're all in here in the Queen of Diamonds or you remove yourself. You cannot give this Virgo options. Romantically speaking, you can't do that, but also professionally speaking. You have to have this Virgo be all in. You have to have them put resources towards you working together and being in each other's lives, because otherwise they are not going to take your dealings with each other as seriously as they should. They're not going to be all in, and that is going to be a position that you don't want to be in. I also just want to see what kind of situation is affected, what kind of astral houses. Oh, okay. Capricorn reverse, another earth sign. You see how we have all of these earth signs coming out of the woodwork. All right, so we've got the first house. Let's talk about the first house first here within Virgo. Now, the first house is about what people see about you. I apologize for the overlit screen. Sometimes there's just a little bit of this Mercury retrograde type of energy that goes on with my electronics. Now, The first house is about what people see and the impression that they give you. And I see here within Virgo that you love the first impression you're getting from this person. And the Ace of Diamonds reverse shows us here that you, at the beginning, have an impression of this potentially being someone that you will be with forever. The Capricorn reverse shows us another earth sign type of energy that's going on. And I see this Capricorn reverse as someone that you are rejecting because you don't want to be with them. This is just not for you. So they're going to come to you with some sort of proposal of being together, but you're not interested in this Capricorn reverse. However, here this Virgo within the first house makes an incredible impression. They make an impression of seduction. They make an impression of being someone who is worthy of your time and your energy. And it takes a lot of courage for you to step out of your comfort zone and actually be open with them, to let your guard down, to speak to this person, and to have them be a part of your life in 2025 in such a close way, because you were just not used to that previously, to have such a close connection. And when you did, you were burnt. And the thing that I can see here for 2025 is that you are in release mode. You are not holding on to past hurts, to past pains, to past aches that you had, because you can tell it's not serving you and it's literally just getting in the way of your success. So you are releasing. You're also releasing all Capricorns. You're letting them go. They are none of your business anymore. They can do as they please. Capricorn has this energy of being very responsible and ambitious, but sometimes it's just too much. Sometimes they're just extremely agitating to you in the sense how they want everything to be so effective and efficient that you can never have chill time. You can never just relax. You can never just enjoy each other's company. And that's the thing. You like a very patient kind of existence in life. And you deserve someone who is patient with you. You deserve someone who loves you for all of your quirks, for everything that makes you unique. And you deserve someone who understands the value of being patient in a romantic relationship. I do also see here that when it comes to release and patience, okay, you are releasing the thought of starting your own family and having more children after August in 2025, because you are just in a space where you want more time for yourself, and it's just not something that you want in that moment. And this does not only have to pertain to human children. I'm getting cats and horses for you as well. Spirit is sending me images of cats and horses. Being patient with them, also releasing the thought of adding more. You know, the stork represents birth, and just being also patient with the fact that if you have lost a pet, some people go out the next day and they get one immediately, but you are going to have to learn to be patient to find the right new companion, rather than to just quickly get a new one out of a feeling of lack, out of a feeling of loneliness, out of a feeling of wanting to fill a void. I see here within the moon that your intuition in 2025 is on an all-time high, and it's guiding you in the most profound way. We're going to dip a little more deeply into this within your reading, of course, but follow your gut feeling. Follow what feels right for you. Follow and have the courage to pursue whatever you want. If you have an amazing idea, don't let someone talk you out of it. The first house tells me here that because you have associated closely with who you're meant to be, like, for example, if you're a teacher, a therapist, a nurse, a beauty technician, you may identify as that. Like, yeah, I am this person, or I am a student, I am a wife, I am, a mother, a sister, whatever. And the moon, as well as the first house and courage, it is shaping you up to completely redefine at your will. So you don't have to live your life bound to those different labels and definitions that you have of yourself. You can be everything else you want to be as well. You can be a caring, loving wifey, as well as a strong, independent businesswoman. You can be a student, but you can also still be an artist that is in the works of making their artistry their life and their career. You don't have to just pick either one side or the other, group number one. You've got the freedom to be so much more than the labels that were placed upon you. You have the freedom in 2025 to be a connection of extremely rare opposing points. Next up, we've received the lily. So the lily will be a flower that shows up in 2025 for you. Perhaps you'll even have lilies in your home because you'll buy them for yourself or you'll be gifted lilies. I very often buy lilies for myself because they're my absolute favorite, especially in white. I love white lilies. They're so beautiful and they have the best ones at the grocery store near my home, and they're also not cheap, but they're on the side of being affordable, and I like that because I always find with like cut flowers, if I'm gifted cut flowers, great, but somehow I still have this in me where I know they're only temporary, so I don't want to spend like a ton of money, but at the same time I also want to spoil myself. I also want to buy myself flowers, as Miley Cyrus said. So it's about finding that balance, and it's the same for you for 2025, group one. And I see here that we have a very deep spiritual love in 2025. So rather than love that is just like, oh, I like you, you like me, we kind of have the same interests, you know, like a high school love. You've really graduated from that to love not even being based on what a person looks like or what their job is, how much they make financially, if they're someone who has a lot of status. For you, love is a deeply spiritual experience, and you're not compromising on that. It's very important to you that whoever you're with, you have that deep spiritual sensation and connection, because you don't want to be with someone in a very surface level type of way. The connection is everything, and you're not going to compromise on it. And I love that you're standing on business with that, group number one, because you must, in order to create anything of substance and of value that can last for potentially a lifetime. So group number one, we are going to delve even more deeply into your reading, of course. I mean, I pre-warned you within the intro that this pick a card reading is going to be so detailed, so accurate, so down to every last fiber and message that you have to receive until Spirit is going to be like, we're done for today. So I'm going to clear and cleanse the space. You don't have to lift a finger or do anything. And then I'll be back for us to delve even more deeply into your prediction. So just hold on tight and I'll be right back with you, group number one. Welcome back, group number one. So let's delve a little more deeply into your 2025 prediction, shall we? And everything that you need to know. We've got our divination board, we have our charms, and we're going to see precisely what Spirit needs you to understand about 2025. Okay, we have a few different charms, don't worry. I'll show you exactly what's going on here. So we've got, let me just make sure this is all in focus and that it's not overlit. There we go. So we've got a bird in a cage right here that landed on an area where we've got this moth in the middle. We have this tree that is on N and O, so no. And then we have a key on Tuesday. Tuesdays are going to be your days of unlocking everything that is important and life-changing for 2025. We've got Saturn on the letter E, as well as the sausage dog that landed near Pisces in February, as well as C and D. So we'll delve into this, my gorgeous soul of group number one. I love how Tuesday is so clearly the day of transformation and unlocking things, and I want to ask Spirit what you're going to unlock in 2025 on Tuesday that's going to be very profound. So in January, on a Tuesday, there's something you're going to unlock that's going to be extremely meaningful for you. And we'll delve a little more deeply into this, group number 1. Okay, we've got the leg. You're stepping into a new experience. And with the bird in a cage as well as this tree, the tree of life and no represents you being confined by your family and your society's expectation to behave in a very specific way. And you're breaking free from that. I see that you've got the key to unlocking a life where that is no longer affecting you. And you're using that. You're not allowing that to continue to confine you. All right, we've also got the number 8. The 8th of January is actually a Wednesday, but this is imperative for you to know that Tuesday would be the 7th in January, and that is the closest to 8. That is where I want you to know something profound is going to happen. All right, January 7th, January 8th, you are stepping into a new experience. That is perhaps even when you're starting a new job, when you're stepping into a new experience romantically as well, meeting someone that you did not expect to meet. And then here, I love what we got. We got Uranus. Uranus is the planet of the unusual. So a psychic supernatural experience. Make sure you keep a dream journal ready, because something is going to happen that will give you a huge shift and sense of spiritual enlightenment like you've never experienced before. This is going to be a huge whoa moment. This is going to be like really profound in a sense of you never expected to get this kind of information from your guides and from spirit, but nevertheless, it's still here, group number 1, and it's meant to guide you and to give you a huge sense of direction for 2025 right at the beginning. And then we've got October again for you. October is going to affect an area of your life in a way that you didn't expect. And I want us to see what's happening in October. I hope that you're taking notes, group number 1, because these messages are a little all over the place, because obviously Spirit is not giving us the things in order throughout the year, but that's fine. That's for a reason, and I would rather us have all of the messages than try to force something that isn't meant to be. Spirit does not communicate in order. Spirit communicates in whatever way Spirit intuitively knows that you have to receive the messages. And sometimes you have to receive messages in specific orders that seem out of order or weird, in order for you to take in the message in a way that you otherwise wouldn't have or overlooked. You know, when something is in like an order where you already have an expectation of what's to come next and then you don't pay attention to it, that's why Spirit gives you things in orders in which Spirit knows you will be paying full attention to the messages that you need to receive, because you're not expecting what's coming next. Now, the second house is the house of your assets, your finances, things that you value, material stuff, income, your job. October is going to be a life-changing month when it comes to this. October is going to change everything when it comes to your assets and your finances, as you can see here within the second house. The second house also rules Taurus, by the way. And then we have A and Q. So I'm getting acquisition. Yeah, we have A, Q, T, I. These are all letters within acquisition. You're going to acquire something profound, something big here in your second house. The acquisition of an asset that's going to completely also change how you see money, how you see your finances, and your capability to be financially free. Because maybe before, you never 100% knew or felt like you could acquire these things that are quote unquote big purchases or expensive things, things that you thought were out of your league or no one in your lineage or your family has been able to acquire before. But you're doing it, group number 1. You're the one who's different. You're the one who is far more capable than your siblings. Sorry, but it had to be said. You are the one who is more capable than your parents. If you don't have siblings, that is your message. And I don't want you to feel as though things are possible for others, but not for you, because it's not true, group number one. I see here in cogulation that actually what Spirit is doing, as you can see, we have this ball where so many things, different things are wrapped up. There's tension, and it's hard to unravel this. And that's where we're starting in January. That's what stepping into this mystical experience is doing for you. What it's doing for you is it is unraveling a part within you that was so coiled up and tightly wound into a belief system that you are realizing you don't need to actually adhere to that. You can join a community, a group, you can be part of something where you're not put into a box and you define who you are. Okay, we've got the ring. A marriage will take place. All right, romantic or business. If you're already married, then of course this makes sense. This is a business marriage, an acquisition, the second house in October. But if you're single and marriage is something that you really want, and that's the energetic frequency you need to be on. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen for you. You have to want it. If you don't want it, don't worry. Then it doesn't resonate, group number one. But if you want it, I want you to know here, that is the month of your proposal or your actual wedding and elopement. All right, so the ring is showing us here a marriage will take place. A marriage is coming towards you. And I want us to put down a precise date for you. All right, we've got 17. October 17th. October 17th being the time where you get married, and is also a prime number. And this is precisely what's coming towards you in October. And in acquisition, not only are you acquiring something big like a home with this person, but it is also an acquisition of their assets, group number one. It is also you merging forces, and what Spirit is telling me here is that they've got a nicely stocked second house, okay? You're not going to be wanting for anything with this person. You have married an individual who has the second house down. You see we have the symbol of money, finances, flashy things, flashy cars, beautiful external body, almost like a doll. And I see here with the dogs, getting together with friends is what the dogs represent. So it makes a lot of sense that this is what's happening for you. You're getting together with friends, you're inviting people. That is what the celebration of your wedding is going to be all about. I'm just going to put the card up here because we don't really have much space on the right-hand side. So the dogs represent literally getting together with friends, them bringing dogs to the occasion as well, because you're allowing it, because you love animals. And I do see that overall, October is going to be so profound for you in 2025. It's not the first time it's showed up, and it's going to be life-changing, especially in the area of the earthly realms and your finances. Life-changing in an elevating way. So group number one, I'm going to clear and cleanse the space, and we'll get even more deeply into your 2025 prediction. So just hold on tight, and I'll be right back with you. Welcome back, my gorgeous group number one. Let's delve even more deeply into your reading, shall we? And just FYI, for all of you who want personal readings, the link to that is in the description box. I do really recommend that the best time to get a personal reading is at the end and at the start of a new year, because it gives you an entire outlook and perspective on precisely, what it is that you need to look out for, and it gives you like a roadmap to success. So I just wanted to point that out for you guys. Let's move a little more deeply into your reading. We've got 5 messages here that Spirit popped right into your prediction and clearly wants for you to receive. So we'll start off here with the sun's splendor. What you're meant to know about 2025, that it is finally your year, group number one. It's finally a time of you being treated like the gem that you are. As we can see here within the diamonds, there will be multiple occasions where you witness beautiful sunsets, and I see quite a few days here at a beach, all right? There will be an unexpected beach vacation We have these tropical, almost like Hawaiian vibes here, but I am also getting, for example, Philippines, Thailand, Bali. That's what I'm getting here within the sun's splendor, or splendor solis, however you'd like to say it. And I want you to know here that what this shows us is that 2025 is a year of recreation for you. It's a year of splurging on yourself and being splurged on, because I am getting an all-inclusive trip that is paid for here. And within Venus, which is our heavenly body of beauty and attraction and love, I do want you to know that you are far hotter than you give yourself credit for. I know, it's very straightforward, especially from a tarot reader, but I want you to just understand here that in so many ways you have undermined your beauty, or just through like little switches that you're doing in your daily routines, you're becoming a lot more beautiful than you ever were before. And how you're doing this is by, for example, drinking a lot more, going on little walks, even if it's 10 to 15 minutes. But the trick is, once these things start to accumulate, that's when you start to see the huge differences. And I noticed this myself. I got myself a walking pad and a standing desk because my back always really hurt, like sitting down and being on my laptop and working on private readings, working on my Psychic CEO membership, because I really do that 90% of the time. I work with my members. I work on Psychic CEO at this point in time. So it really is uncomfortable. So I got myself a walking pad, the standing desk, and I get thousands of extra steps every single day without even realizing it, because I'll be answering like emails or questions for an hour while walking at like a slow but steady pace, standing at my standing desk on my laptop. All of a sudden I've walked like an extra 3 kilometers, 2 miles, and I've got an extra 5,000 steps that I would have never gotten. And over weeks and months it accumulates, and I feel stronger and fitter, and I am leaner, which I find looks better with my body type, because that's just naturally what my body has always tended to perform highest in. I don't feel good when I feel lethargic or when I'm bloated, because I've noticed for myself, and everyone is different, that when I'm constantly like eating foods, processed things, it takes me a really, really long time to digest. It feels like the whole day I'm bloated, and then the whole day I don't feel good. The whole day I don't feel as confident as I know I could feel, and that really irks me. So through movement and also making sure that I'm staying fit in these like little ways, it's just these little life hacks. Yeah, it may have cost like $300 to get the walking pad, but what my health and fitness and mental health is getting out of it is worth that. I don't even want to say tenfold, not even hundredfold, like a millionfold, honestly. Next up, we have the sap of the moon plant. Now, the moon plant shows us here that there will be a black rose moment in the year 2025 for you, aside from you finally realizing you just need these little tweaks to be the hottest version of yourself, and you're actually not just thinking about it, you're doing it. The sap of the moon plant shows that you are moving into this siren energy of being this exotic gem that the person you're seducing or the people you're seducing have never experienced before. And I see within the drowned king that you will have quite a few moments in 2025 where you have the upper hand completely. And why I'm laughing is because I'm getting this image of these drowned kings drowned and drunk on your love, or the thought of having your love, and you retracting actually from over caring, and because you're becoming a bit more stoic and a little bit more, let's just let things happen. Actually, people are so drawn to that. I see here within the wise salt that there has been salt in your wounds on so many occasions, and it was so painful, because not only would you be extremely kind and a natural empath towards people, but then on top of that, people would make you regret it. They would literally add salt to the wound after they had betrayed you and you were so honest and loyal to them, which you should have never given your loyalty so early on or without vetting them. But this is not you beating yourself up. This is just realizing it says a lot more about you to be that kind of person, to be so kind and giving and generous. And it says a lot about them as well, that they would add salt to injury, to the wound. And what the wise salt represents is through these injuries and these wounds, you have learned so much. And nobody can take you back to this place of being the little kid or the kind of naive person who doesn't first vet another individual before they give it their all. And it's not that you have become hardened through life, it's just you've become wiser, wise salt. And the thing with that is, because of that, you've also learned the art of detachment. So the year 2025 is really a year of huge detachment for you. It's a year of taking a step back. And when you take steps back, people take steps toward you. People take steps forward. People want to be around you more. And it's funny how that works. It's like the less you care, the more they care. The moment you stop caring is the moment they start to care. And I see here within Metamorphosis that there is some huge, profound change coming towards you, and this strong sense of self-awareness, this huge, profound shift within you on a cellular level. It's almost like you have this transformation, this ascension to your highest version, this metamorphosis that usually caterpillars go through as they become butterflies. And what this means is also taking apart a lot of the old you so you can be free and you can be weightless and you can be light and you can just soar, really. That's what I see here within Metamorphosis. And being self-aware has been an important part of this journey. And as you look around, you see there are a lot of people who are not self-aware at all, people who overestimate their abilities completely and are very cocky in what they think that they're offering, people who underestimate themselves, and that's where you used to be. I see that here within the Six of Rings, that you used to really underestimate how much money you could make, and 2025 is showing you all you needed to do, gorgeous, was to put a hefty price tag on your services and add tax, because you're worth it. All right? You are worth it, and you have to ensure that you make this clear to the world. So often people who are extremely qualified but don't have the confidence, people undervalue them and all that they have to offer. It's all because they don't ask to be compensated fairly. They don't ask for people to actually pay properly for their services. And this is especially the case with tarot readers and people who work in like the spiritual and holistic space. And I felt this myself before as well. It's like, why is it that we're doing this life-changing work for people for free or for pennies, and like you can barely survive or pay your bills and you're too afraid to ask for more? Meanwhile, you are helping people more than, you know, traditional medicine does, where you just take a pill, for example, and actually it doesn't really make you feel better. It has so many side effects that you wouldn't have when people come to these holistic practices and they use them to support traditional medicine. And that's not to knock traditional medicine at all. It's wonderful and it's really great at treating immediate trauma. Without that, so many of us would have, you know, succumbed to simple things such as a fever or a cold or some sort of infection. It's beautiful that we have that. But you have to remember that in combination with what you offer, that is when things become extremely powerful. And while these big pharmaceutical companies or people who work in certain health fields are able to generate insane amounts of wealth, you don't have to be the one who's basically like just getting by. You deserve to be compensated. That's what I see here in the Six of Rings. And that's also what I explain within my membership to you. My whole point is I want to empower those of you who are, for example, aspiring tarot readers, aspiring psychologists who work with the mind, aspiring hypnotherapists, energy healers, chakra aligners, yoga teachers, all of you who are in the health and wellness space, to understand that it starts with you, and you need to know your worth and your value, and you also need to invest in yourself. That's why everyone who is part of Psychic CEO, I know that you're serious because you come to the point where you're not cheaping out on yourself anymore. And we have a profound problem with this. Even coaching and other memberships, they cost literally 10, 100x what my membership costs. And there are so many people out here who pay for these things that are less effective, because literally I line out everything to you. If you just follow the steps that I have lined out, you will have everything you want in life, whether it's financially, whether it's romantically, whether it's when it comes to your career and your success. This is all based on things that I have done, tried and proven manifestation methods. You guys know I did not have courses prior to launching a extremely successful online business with physical products. I did not have digital products before I published my own decks, before I actually had a brick and mortar business. So I'm not just here telling you hypothetically, it's coming from a place of actual experience. And my actual experience here within the Spirit of Cups is, you have to understand, just because you may be young, or you may feel young at heart, at spirit, like you're just starting out, or like you don't want to overcharge, you also are a person, group number one. You also need to live. You also need to eat. You also need to enjoy life. You also have to have these experiences of traveling, of experiencing the best within life. And yes, we have a free trip here in 2025 that's coming for you, a free trip to the beach that you're going to greatly, greatly enjoy. I see that coming towards you in July. So a nice summer break at the beach for you, my gorgeous soul of group number one. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to do it far more often, and also be able to afford it with ease for yourself. Why not? Why should you not be able to? There are people who walk into stores and they literally purchase a piece of clothing for $5,000 without thinking twice. And you think you are not supposed to be able to afford a little membership that can make your life 10x better. You don't think that you should give yourself that treatment that will actually make your back feel better. Get yourself a massage, get yourself a facial. Are you kidding, group number one? Like, know your worth, know your value, and it also starts with how you allow for the world to compensate you, okay? You get what you tolerate in life and in business. And I see here within November that by the time November comes around in the year 2025, you've really mastered the art of detachment, and to a degree also, I want to call it stoicism. You've really mastered the art of just going like, you know what, if my energy isn't reciprocated, I don't need to be here. Like, I know my worth, I know my value. So you're not really allowing anyone to mess with you. That's what I'm getting here. You're not really in a space where anyone can waste your time. So there's no option for situationship or frenemies. It's just not even part of your reality. It's not part of anything that you are allowing in the year 2025. It's just completely out of the question, and people can feel it energetically immediately when they meet you, group number one. So people don't even try you anymore. By the end of the year, people avoid trying to play games with you altogether. Let's see what else is coming in November. We have the Six of Wands. Okay, freedom. You will have finally reached this place of financial freedom because, like I said to you, you're investing in yourself, you're investing in your mindset. That is the most valuable asset that you will have, because your mindset is exactly that which creates your reality. Not just in love, not just financially, not just health. Your entire tangible reality and the course of your future is based on your mindset. And that's where I don't even know how often to repeat this when people say to me, yeah, I can't like afford the membership. I can't afford these services. I can't afford to get a private reading. I can't afford to get a massage, to get the supplements that I need to feel or look good, whatever it may be. It's like, you understand that if you continue to tell yourself that, you are paying either way. You are paying with your time, you're paying with your mental health, you're paying by staying stuck in the same situation. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Nothing changes if you don't invest in yourself and do something differently and take the leap and actually say to yourself, no, this is actually the means to the end. By doing this, I will make more money. By changing my mindset, by learning how to create my own deck, how to monetize my skills, how to set up an online shop. These are all things that I teach. By doing that, that's the whole point of the membership, is for you to get out of that situation. That's the whole point of my teachings. It's for you to no longer say to yourself, oh, but I can't afford it. It's the solution to your not affording it. If you continue to just live in the reality and repeat to yourself, I cannot afford it, what is the universe going to do? It's going to reaffirm that which you are stating is true, that which you are putting your energy towards, which is, I can't afford it. But if you put your energy on, I can, and I invest in myself because I know this will give me a return that is going to be 1,000,000 times larger than what I invested in myself, because I have a goal and I have a vision, and I know that if I follow these steps, I will become as successful as I want to be. That's when you get reciprocated with that. When you clutch on to things, you don't experience this freedom that we've got in the Six of Wands. But I see that you are really making the shifts and the changes in the year 2025. I also had to learn this the hard way, you guys. Like, I used to be so cheap with myself. Even things like mentorship, I didn't used to believe in it, and coaching, and just investing in therapy as well. And I thought it was way too much money. I thought it was, not that it was a waste, but I just didn't know how much of a benefit it would have and in how many ways it would come back to me, not just in sense of when you're healthier and you're mentally more stable, you work better, everything in your life is better, your relationships are better. The relationship you have with yourself is better. Your health feels better. You wake up, you feel energized, and you feel good about yourself for investing in yourself. And when you feel good about yourself, you take better, more inspired action, and therefore you also make more money. So in so many ways, I realized it completely cancels itself out. Me going to traditional therapy, which is far more expensive than, for example, I have over 400 modules in my membership, and it keeps growing. There are lives, there is a community. You get so much actually for such an amazing deal. Whereas if I go to therapy one time here in Zurich, it's about $250 for 1 hour, and it's not a very like special therapist or anything. It's a normal therapist. It's just a basic normal therapist. And I get so much less out of that than my membership, but still it feels so good. It feels so good that I'm investing in myself, in my mental health, because I know it will make me a better teacher for you. I know it will make me a more balanced person to show up for you the way I want to show up for you, to inspire you the way I know I need to be able to inspire you to pursue your own dreams and accomplish your own aspirations. And I see here within the Queen of Swords that you're cutting the crap in 2025. Like, if anyone also wants to like say to you, oh, you've changed, you're so different now, oh, you think you're too good for us, you think you're too this, you think that you're too that, you think you deserve the world. Yeah, I do. And if you don't feel that way, that's a reflection of how you feel. That has nothing to do with me. The Queen of Swords, as you can see, she's literally holding up her hands. The Suit of Swords is a suit of cutthroat, logical communication. And you're using logic, and logically speaking, it's even scientifically proven. For example, being in a community, whether it being online, offline, investing in yourself, it has positive effects on you psychologically, physically, health-wise. So obviously you're going to do that. Obviously you're worth it to yourself. We've got one life. And when you stop living as though you have another life, that's when your one life actually begins. And you're just completely keeping people at arm's length who are small-minded and who don't understand this concept of abundance and this concept of things have to circulate. You have to give love to receive love. You can't clutch on to love and expect everyone to love you. You can't clutch on to money and expect money or more money to come to you to make more money. You can't clutch onto one opportunity or clutch onto one love and expect there to be new opportunities or new potential lovers to come into your life. When you're so focused on clutching onto the known, you can never have something new and unknown come in. And the Six of Swords shows us here that you're learning to go with the waves, go with the flow. And while you're doing so, the swords represent very clear, concise, logical communication. So you can communicate very clearly and honestly with all of the people that cross your path in the year 2025, and you make it very known what you desire. I see here in the Six of Rings, because you've realized when you give more, you also receive more. It's important for you to be around people who do the same and have the same mindset. If people don't have that mindset, you are not going to be around them. It's winners only. I see that here in the Emperor. You are in a winners only kind of spirit for the year 2025. You don't want to be around people who only complain. You don't want to be around negativity. You don't want to be around anyone who has this victim mentality. You don't have it. You don't endorse it. You are absolutely not going to become this person who falls back into, like, you know, people who always gossip and talk about others. It's not your vibe. It's not your tribe. It's not something that you want to even have around you. And you're avoiding it at all costs. There is no part of you that is open to that. And friends that you used to have that complain a lot, and they also don't understand how important your personal transformation is to you, they're being cut off because you're putting yourself first. And within Stormy, I want you to know that the year 2025, it will come with a lot of emotionality, which is why I want to stress the importance of meditation to you. Literally, I really, really didn't feel like dropping into meditation at all just before I started filming this segment of your video, because the prior one, I told you I would take a moment to reset the space, to cleanse it. I cleansed by doing a meditation, which I really, really did not want to do, but I knew I had to. I knew to bring you the most divinely channeled, pure messages, I had to clear and free my mind. That's my responsibility. And it was stormy. It was hard to do so. It was hard to get myself to do it. But I did it for you. So remind yourself of having a greater purpose as well. And know that in 2025, when it is stormy, when you are being pushed to your limits in different ways, psychologically, physiologically, you are actually growing. You're actually increasing your capacity for stress tolerance and to resist urges to give in to a lesser version of you. And what that results in, as Spirit is confirming, is endless serendipity, which means endless positive, abundant, beautiful, seemingly coincidences, but it's not a coincidence because you've been working on this manifestation stuff. You've been working on yourself. That's why you have become so abundant. That's why you're getting this free trip in July. That's why by the month of November, you are completely in charge of all of your emotional landscape. There's nothing that phases you. And you understand here within sacrifices that what you had to do, in a sense, was to sacrifice the old you in order to live within this new version of life. You had to completely let go of the old. You had to shut that door. And I know you resonate with this. I'm the kind of person where I have to kind of burn the boat to survive on the island, which means that I have to have my back against the wall to make something work, because otherwise I'm just human. Something else that is more comfortable and easier and convenient, I'll go with that. Like, I have to make a hard deadline out in my mind to get something done, otherwise I won't get it done. And that's where you have to sacrifice the you that prefers the comfortability, that prefers to procrastinate, that prefers to just shy away from doing what needs to be done. But procrastinating this version of you, it's absolutely not a loss. It's all gain, because what you're then able to do is take more incredible leaps of faith in your life, because You're unafraid. You know that no matter what happens, no matter whether this was the right leap to take or whether you're going to have to problem solve, you've done it before, you can do it again. And you're the kind of person that can deal with anything through sacrificing the old self who was afraid, who preferred to just be comfortable, who preferred to just have everything work out in the easiest form. Now you're unafraid, completely fearless of challenges. And I see here for 2025, we've got love that's in the air. I love this card. This is number 16. Love being in the air is a clear sign for you, group number 1, that 2025 is going to be a romantic year for you. 2 plus 5, so we're in 2025, plus 0 plus 2. So basically we have 9. The number 9 is a number of generosity. It's a number of near completion, so a near perfect type of energy. Life path number 9s will be extremely on fire during 2025, which are natural born leaders, philanthropists, those who build things that will change the world. And I want you to know here within Love is in the Air that your romantic life is going to change a lot around you. So you and your partner are actually going to make the lives of other people a lot better because you're very giving, you're generous. You're the type of people who always want to stand up for underdogs and those who cannot stand up for themselves. And I do want you to know here within Claim Your Energy that what this actually leads to is the fact that the more you give out, the more you understand the importance of saying no. And all of the most successful people have learned the art of saying no. They have learned the art of not taking on more than they know they want to, energetically speaking. So this even starts with when someone asks you to hang out or to go out. If you already know when the date and time rolls around, you're not going to want to leave your house. Just say no. Claim your energy. Don't even entertain the thought of, yeah, but I should, and they're going to be mad. Just say no. Claim your energy. This is your life. This is your time, and it's finite. It's not like we have forever here. So you have to be very picky and selective about who you spend your time with and who gets to have a piece of your life, essentially. Take it away from those who don't appreciate it. Next up, we've got the day you plant the seed. And by the way, for all of you who always ask about this deck, this is my self-published Wild Muse Oracle deck. You can find it on Amazon in the US right now. It will be on Amazon EU soon. And you can learn how to make an amazing, high-quality deck just like this within Psychic CEO. Literally, it has changed my life to become a self-published author. You guys love these decks. You love the way they turn out, and I teach you exactly how you can make a kick-ass deck just like this, how you can market, how you can sell it, how you can sell it on platforms like Etsy's and become a 5-star seller, because I've done all of this prior to creating my course, my membership, my coaching. I am not coaching based on, I'm a coach who will teach you how to do something I've never done. I've done it. You guys have seen it. I've got the receipts. So the day you plant the seed is not the day you harvest the fruit. It's not the day that you eat the bread. All right? Remind yourself here for 2025, you are planting a lot of seeds for your future. And once you plant those seeds, I want to even remind you right now as you're watching this reading. And you guys know I'm very honest, I'm very blunt, I'm very straightforward. That's just the kind of reader that I am. I don't like to sugarcoat things. And I also don't like to pretend like you don't have to align your actions with your manifestations. It's not just manifesting by thinking what you want and it will appear. You have to align the action. But there are ways how the actions can be a lot easier through manifestation than if you're just overthinking and you don't have the right tools. Now, the day you plant the seed, this is a reminder that right now, as you're watching this reading, your life is a result of what you've done for the past 6 to 12 months, what you did 6 to 12 months prior to this very moment at the time of you receiving this reading. Whenever that is, it's the perfect time for you. I want you to know that my readings are timeless and they're designed energetically in a way that when you tune into them, that's the moment you were meant to receive them. Whether that's the day I published and uploaded the video, or it's a year later or 3 weeks later, that is when you are meant to receive the messages and when you're ready to. And it may be a hard pill to swallow if you're in a situation where a lot in your life needs adjusting, to know that you have to take responsibility for your actions. But the sooner that you do that and you reclaim your energy, okay, and you invest in yourself properly, the quicker you can fix, the quicker you can create the life that you actually want. And as Spirit confirms, you can create and progress. 2025 is a year of your creative ventures progressing, because you are no longer just wishing and hoping for your creative endeavors to progress and to take you to another level as an artist, but you're actually doing it. The progress is happening and it's sustainable. We have the number 4 in create and progress, which is the number of stability. And I want you to know that as an artistic person, as someone like yourself who has a plethora of different talents, in create and progress, 2025 is truly a year in which you will see what you're made of in the best possible way, because you're not so young that you feel really insecure, but you're also not at an age where you feel like it's too late for you to pursue your dreams. And let me let you in on a little secret. It's never too late for you to pursue your dreams. It absolutely is never too late for you to do anything that you want to do. And next up within the world, which is actually the most favorable card that you can receive, the world is your oyster. The world is at your feet. The world is your runway. All right, it's your world. We're just living in it. This shows us that seeing things from the perspective of understanding all that you need is a healthy sense of self-belief and a certain fearlessness and courage to do what you've always wanted to do, to become the person you've always wanted to be. That's what we've got here within the world that will lead you to the absolute success that is your year 2025. And what I'm also getting here is that by the end of 2025, you'll come back to this reading and you'll leave another comment letting me know, Vanessa, you were right. It was finally my year. My time did finally come. And I'm so glad that I didn't give up and that I didn't lose hope. My gorgeous soul of group number 1, this is the reading that I received for you for 2025. I truly hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful, group 1. Make sure you let me know below in the comment section that you enjoyed it by leaving a globe emoji below. That way you'll let me and others know that you're part of group 1 and that you watched this reading all the way to the end, because that's the only way that you would know. And remember what we spoke about. Nothing changes if nothing changes. The link to Psychic CEO is below in the description box too, as well as my free mini courses as well. So you guys, there is no excuse. Personal readings as well as my free mini courses are linked below as well. There's no excuse. Group number 1, let's make this the best, most fabulous year yet. You deserve it. You owe it to little you. Remember you as a kid who thought, I'm going to become something. You owe it to her. You owe it to them. Now, my gorgeous soul of group number 1, wherever you are on this planet, I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to catch up with you during one of our upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 2. You chose the Dreams of Gaia tarot deck as well as the Aqua Aura crystal point. This is the gorgeous Aqua Aura crystal point. Absolutely love it. I know quite a few of you have this stone in your collection, as I did previously have it on Bow Life. One of my favorite crystals within my collection, but now let's get into it, my gorgeous soul. The Aqua Aura already tells us that 2025, you have selected a path that is going to allow you to blossom, that will allow you to be your highest self and be who you were always destined to be, which is an inspiration. I see in heaven and earth that you are literally the kind of person who becomes another human being's heaven on earth. You in a relationship, group number 2, once you are committed, you do literally the kindest, most beautiful things for your partner. You cook beautiful meals, you're there for them, you're reliable, you would never cheat, you're the type of person who would never use their fears and their struggles against them, you're supportive, you give 110% when you're committed, when you're with someone. So in heaven and earth, I can definitely see 2025 is bringing those traits out of you. So if you have struggled to trust again, if you are currently single while watching this, know that that will change in 2025, and you will find someone that makes you want to change that makes you want to trust, that makes you want to take down all of the walls that you built for good reason. But you'll meet someone that changes that completely. And if you're in a committed relationship, just know this relationship is going to have a complete revamp of the dynamic, in the sense of you are so inspired to be just like how it was when you freshly met for a really long amount of time, because of how things are aligning between you and your partner. Next, we've got the 10 of Fire. Group 2, the 10 of Fire, a completion of passion, an explosion of passion. 10 signifies a complete cycle, as the number 10 is the last number within the suit of fire, as the suit of fire ranges from the ace up until the number 10, so 10 is the highest number. And the 10 of fire, as you can see here, we've got complete alignment. You're completely aligned with everything that makes you feel passionate and on fire, as the element of fire describes. Now, this is not just love and your intimate life and that going amazingly well, but this also means things you're passionate about, like your business, your creative pursuits, your pets, your fashion sense, becoming obsessed with yourself. Group number 2, you have the things that ignite you, that make you feel like, oh, I need more of this in my life. And this is something that I'm really obsessed with. This is something that I'm really into and I want to master and I want to become good at. And I want to make sure that I put a lot of energy into it. And that's where I can see completion. You're creating literally heaven on earth for yourself. For all of you creatives out there who have always wanted to create another stream of income for yourself through your creative ventures, you're doing it. And the thing is, you've realized nothing changes if nothing changes. So you're taking inspired action also through manifestation. Now, the 7 of Water, which is the next card that we received, is symbolic of the fact that you are in alignment with your emotions, and you understand here, when someone wants you, it will be completely 100% abundantly clear. You're not going to be asking yourself, do they want to be with me? Do they feel the same way about me? It will just be crystal clear. And I see here in the 7 of Water that because you have come to this point where you are so in alignment and happy with yourself in 2025, that literally, if someone isn't obsessed with you, you know there's so many other options who will be obsessed with you. So you're not fretting or sweating absolutely anything during the year 2025. And I see that June, literally just midway through the year, that is the month of the biggest climax for you. That is your favorite month of 2025. It's your favorite time. We've got the angel here. We've got flowers, roses. You are definitely celebrating in a way that feels like it was meant to be, like so much of your hard work finally paid off, and like a lot of what you hoped for has finally become a reality, and you're no longer just hoping, you're actually living and enjoying, and you're being this person that you've always wanted to show the world that you actually are. Next we have the 4 of Water. You know what the 4 of Water tells me for 2025? You're going to be spending some intense moments figuring out what you like and what you don't like about yourself physically. A lot of looking in the mirror, a lot of time spent nitpicking. And perhaps it's something you're used to, it's nothing new, so you're not surprised, because you're usually pretty hard on yourself. When it comes to that, I'm getting Virgo energy. That's the perfectionist of the zodiac. So I'm getting Virgo in Venus kind of energy. And the thing here with the 4 of Water, even if you're not a Virgo in Venus or not a Virgo at all, that's just a very Virgo thing to be doing. And I want you to know that in all of us, there slumbers the potential for every zodiac sign to be expressed. Does that mean that you are that sign? No. However, we are malleable. We are creatures who are mutable, right? We're flexible. Things can change. One day you have a certain mood, another day you feel a different way. One day you feel like depressed, the next day you feel like you are on a mountaintop. Some of us do struggle from actual depression or actual bipolar. Others, we just go through phases where we have symptoms that are correlating to these mental illnesses, but we don't actually have those mental illnesses. So what I'm trying to get at with this is that to you, having this Virgo energy during 2025 is going to lead you to want to be in complete alignment with your body. You are tired of externally feeling as though you're not 100% happy with yourself. You're quitting that because the thing is just, you have spent enough of your life not feeling like you're enough, not feeling like you look good enough, like you are as perfect as you should be. So the things that you don't like, you're just going to change. Whether it be through elective plastic surgery or non-surgical procedures, you're changing them and you're doing them from a place of complete alignment. Even if it's changing your hair color, changing the way that you style yourself, your clothing style, your makeup, if you choose to wear makeup, these details are important to you because you realize that when you feel good, you do better. And you're tired of this feeling of not being 100% where you want to be physically, and there's no going back because I see here within abundance, there is a windfall coming towards you, so financial means to do so. And the thing is, in this day and age, right, there's nobody that isn't pretty. There's just people who can afford to be pretty, and those who are also naturally pretty, and then those who perhaps cannot afford to be pretty and are not what society deems to be pretty naturally. And we all know it shouldn't be that way, but you guys also know I'm your big sis. I want you to win in the real world. Of course, on this channel, this is our safe space. Here within the Unicorn Army, the Unicorn family, we all know that we are gorgeous. We all know that our flaws are what make us unique and beautiful. And when we meet one another, IRL, we celebrate one another, regardless of our age, our height, our size, how we look, what our skin texture is like, what our hair looks like. We celebrate every single unicorn. But the real world, and that's where I'm getting at with, I'm the type of reader, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. The real world, when you go out there, I want you to win as well. And I do see here within abundance that the extra money that you're getting, you're making sure that you are not just winning on the inside because you know you're beautiful, but you want your pretty privilege to get you to places on the outside as well. And you have come to the point where you're thinking to yourself, why not? Why should I not adhere a little bit to the standards of society in ways that I want to, and just win and just feel good about myself and also get more privilege? And here within the rat, I can see that there will be jealous people who are in the woodworks. And you're like, what on earth? I didn't know this person was so jealous. I see here within the rat that there is a friend of yours where you will realize, wow, she really wanted me to do well, but not better than her. It was fine until I started doing better than her, until I started getting too confident or too many opportunities. Let's see what else we've got here. I want us to get into some letters. Okay, so we have FRK. I'm getting this very much like fake friend vibe. Also as a name, Frank, perhaps, but also Frederick. And in German, there is like the feminine version of Frederick, which would be Friederike. That's another thing that I'm getting here. Just like a crunchy name, so to say. And they are jealous. Goodness gracious, group number 2. They are going to show you a completely different side to themselves once you have leveled up. And they'll almost make you feel like bad for the fact that you changed your hair color, you got extensions, you got the non-surgical procedure. They're going to make you feel as though oh, you are just conforming to society, you're becoming like everyone else. They're gonna make it seem as though you don't love yourself, that's why you did it. Meanwhile, the whole point is that you love yourself so much. If something disturbs you, you're just gonna fix it once and for all and move on and be happy with yourself. Like, why continue? Exactly. The flowers confirm. I don't even need to say too much, and you guys can tell spirit is here. You guys see me shuffling on camera. I don't have pre-prepared piles. The flowers, they show exactly that, happiness. You do not care about anything that they have to say when it comes to your decisions, because it's your life, it's your choices. If you want to do something, you will do it. You will do it and you will move along and be happy, and that's it. And I love that energy, group number 2. It's so unapologetic. So unapologetic. It's so strong. It is the kind of energy of someone who is just a boss. It's definitely BDE. Okay, Google it if you don't know what that means. The Six of Wands shows me here, 2025, it is time for you to do you. You see how the Six of Wands, it almost looks as though you're at Six Flags just having a good time. So there will be a time where you're going to Six Flags, either with like a niece or nephew, just someone younger than you, and it's not something you would like do on your own, but other people are inviting you, and it's due to someone younger, someone who's like an early teen, that you're going to go to Six Flags. But it doesn't matter, you're going to have the best time, obviously, because you're not one of those people who's like, oh, I'm too old for this, I shouldn't be here. No, you will maintain your youthful energy and your baby face for the rest of your life. Next up, we have the Four of Wands. Stability, stability, stability. Group number 2, if you have been hoping, wishing, praying for stability, either in a relationship, in your finances, with your work, maybe in your family, your health, the Four of Wands confirms this. All right, there's stability coming towards you. And I want us to discuss the precise area of your life that we've got. Okay, your career is finally going to be 100% stable. And then we also have love, which beautifully comes together with what we spoke about your love life being in line and being in a place where there are no games to be played. You are wanting to give it your all, 110%, not just because you are the giver, not just because you're someone who loves hard, but because you've actually found a relationship that is worthy of that. And then, of course, within the career and the Four of Wands, that's stabilizing. It just shows us that you'll have nothing to worry about in your career, and that it's so good for your nervous system. I'm just getting this entire wave flushing through me as I'm thinking of it, and I'm envisioning you and your SNS, your sympathetic nervous system, just calming, no more fight or flight mode, and your parasympathetic nervous system can take over, which is your regulatory nervous system that is associated with rest and digest, and that brings you to homeostasis, which means brings your body back into balance. And it's so beautiful to see you thriving in both of those areas of your life. And I see here within the finger that there is this message from your guides that's trying to make sure you are just aware of the fact that you shouldn't share everything that's going on in your private life with too many people, because what people don't know, they can't ruin. I've said this before, and sometimes it's best to just keep your private life very private and to not give people too much info on what's going on in your private life, because even when you thought someone was your friend, as we have got here within this rat, we are getting this very jealous energy as well for how your love life and your career is thriving. All right, next up we have the Priestess. Now the Priestess is a clear sign that 2025 brings you an illumination of knowledge, and this illumination is a deep knowing about where your life is going. If you were unsure about what your purpose is, what your path is in life, where you want to go for the next couple of years, 2025 offers you the answers, and it feels like you're really maturing and growing up in 2025. It feels like you're truly becoming an entirely different person, which you are every day basically, but this is a huge monumental shift. It's a bigger transformation than usual. And next up here within the star, this is a message of renewal, of harmony, of finding yourself actually feeling super complete, but also hopeful for the future. Also seeing like, wow, there is so much that lays ahead in my future that has the potential to just be a life that is going to be remembered for the books. Like, you don't want to live an ordinary life. That's what I'm getting at, group number 2. And the star, it's not only an indication that you're a star, my gorgeous soul. It does also show us here that you have this huge sense of, wow, this is me. This is who I'm meant to be. I'm meant to be a star. I'm meant to be the kind of person that just stands out of the crowd, and I can't wait to see where this gets me, because now I finally found comfort in that. I finally grown into that, because a lot of us are born into larger than life-size personalities and just characters. And as a kid, as a teenager, as a young adult, even up until probably about the age of 30 or so, it's hard for us to really find our confidence. And then at some point, something hits, something strikes differently. And here in the Spirit of Cups, it's like you mature, you see the opportunity to glow, you see the opportunity to be in a place where you're so comfortable with yourself. It doesn't even matter what anyone else says. It doesn't matter what anyone else ever thinks about you, because you know who you are, you know what your purpose is, you know that your heart is pure. And you also know that anyone else's opinion, at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter, because it doesn't change anything. And 2-3 generations from now, we, as well as all of the opinions of the people around us, are all going to be gone. And it won't have mattered anyways. So if it doesn't matter then, it won't matter then. Why should it matter to you now? And why should it stop you from living your best life now, if people's opinions won't matter in a couple generations anyways? Next up, we've got fellow, a man or boy, a companion or colleague, either of a pair of objects, somebody or something of the same rank or quality. All right, here within fellow, obviously we spoke about how you've got this fellow, this companionship that is thriving for you in 2025. But I also see here that you had to realize that a relationship will only work if someone is of the same rank or quality as you. They have to be a fellow. And you used to kind of not pity date, but date down and consider dating down without realizing that you're doing it, because you're such a kind, natural empath, group number 2. You didn't even realize that you were kind of setting your expectations and the bar lower of what you desire from another person, and you were dating down because they were just not of the same rank and quality. And that's not to grade people, it's to grade the effort, the love and care that they put into a connection. And because you put so much effort, love and care into something, you have to make sure that you date someone of the same rank and of the same quality, emotionally speaking, especially. Because it's not fair to you to date someone of a lesser quality, meanwhile you are like the clearest VVS crystal. You know what I mean? You are like the clearest quality, the clearest color, the most beautiful cut, the highest carat. Why? Why would we do that? You deserve better. And I see that here 2025 is really the year of fellowship, in the sense of friends who are on the same level, who value time, who value peace, who aren't drama queens, who don't waste time gossiping, who have goals, aspirations, dating within the quality of your echelon, not lower. If anything, looking to date someone whom you can learn from, who is even maybe in a place where you're like, oh, this is going to bring me up a notch, because there are ways in which I didn't know that I could even improve, but this person has more experience or comes from a background, from a family where they were taught this stuff already. So you're looking to date hypergamously. Okay, so dating up. And it's finally time for you to stop taking on these projects. You are not Barbara the Builder. You are not Bob the Builder. And I'm proud of you for realizing that. You are the unpaid therapist for so many people, group number 2. And it's time that you either start to cut a check from these people, that you start to actually bring and send out invoices wherever you go, or that you stop doing all of this free work because, you know, it could be directed towards yourself, your own mental health, or your own creative endeavors and the things that you're inspired by, what you want to make of your life. And you're really taking back autonomy, control in 2025. That's what I see here. The fellow also has all of these animals surrounded by them atop here within heaven and earth. So I see that there is this focus on animals in a sense. So perhaps getting another pet, fostering one. I'm also getting like animal prints and tattoos, like prints, like a t-shirt with a wolf, you know, a very like early 2000s Y2K, either bear or wolf print on like a t-shirt or a hoodie. And also someone with a tattoo of that really close to you, and a spirit animal of those sorts, of that nature too. And limiting actually eating animals too. So kind of being a lot more selective and choosy of what you put in your body, and also being very choosy about what resonates with you and what doesn't, without looking at what anyone else is doing, but simply listening to yourself and your own gut. So group number 2, Spirit is telling me we are far from done for the year 2025. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back for us to delve more deeply into your 2025 prediction. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to lift a finger. Just hold on tight, and I'll be right back to guide you even more accurately and into even more detail about what's coming for you during 2025. Welcome back, my beautiful soul of group number 2. So we've got our divination board out as well as our runes. So we will continue to delve more deeply into your reading and with more divination methods, so we can get a highly accurate, personalized, and also very dynamic reading of 2025, because I have all of these skills that I have garnered over the years. We might as well put them to use. So I want Spirit to tell us precisely some answers about 2025 and what's coming towards you professionally. So let's see what we've got. Okay, that rune went completely to the side. Let's see what we've got here. All right, so we have got the rune of Dagaz. Dagaz is the rune of the day, of a breakthrough, of awareness. It did not land on our divination board, but I'll put it here in the middle, because Dagaz actually represents a time in which you are just having complete clarity of your professional life. So that is at the center. Then we have Isa. And I also received here on Maybe and Free Will, we have got the rune of Lagus. So Isa corresponds to ice, standstill. That fell outside of our divination board. So it's not important for your career. A standstill is not going to happen. There's not going to be this time in Isa of just a blockage of ice, of challenges. That's not happening. That has come and gone. And what we have here with Lagus is a representation of flow, water, renewal. So basically the exact opposite of Isa that I intuitively received here from our runes. So that landing on the board shows us that it's really up to you that things move in flow. It's really up to you that you take the opportunities of Dagaz, which corresponds to breaking through a newfound awareness, seeing all the ways in which you can do more, become more, be more. It's up to you, because it will also, of course, take some effort, but that's the path that you're choosing, because Isa is not part of your story for 2025, professionally speaking. So let's do one more rune for you. All right, so what landed outside our board again? Let's zoom in onto this rune and decipher it. So that's Ewas. Ewas is outside of the board, as we have Ewas as a symbol of something being reliable and for sure going to happen, and connecting that to Isa, which is why I'm putting it over here, putting these two runes that fell outside of your board together. So for sure, with 100% reliance, you know that 2025 is going to be forward movement. It's not going to be standstill. It's not going to be boring. You're not going to be in the same place at the start of 2025 professionally as you will be at the end of it. If you've ever had one of these years, and I felt like 2024 was one of those years for me where not as much changed, and perhaps it also sometimes has to do with the way that you plan, but some years are also slower than others. Especially professionally speaking, sometimes you will find that you overestimate what you can do in 1 year and kind of underestimate what you can do in 5 or 10 years. And I definitely want you to know 2025 is going to have all of these jumping through hoops in the best possible way, and you excelling professionally to a whole new level. And that's exactly where potential comes in. You are seeing through on your potential. You don't want to sleep on your potential anymore. There's so much of your potential that you feel will go to waste unless you finally are brave enough to activate it. So that means if you think you can run your own business, you don't want to waste that potential. You don't want it to be basically the day where, how do I put this without sounding morbid? I'll just tell you the story the way I say it to myself, group number 2. And this has to do with what I'm planning on doing as well. I'm really making music, and I'm going to literally fly from Switzerland to Arizona to a recording studio to do it professionally with an amazing producer that I found thanks to you guys on Instagram. And I don't want to waste my potential because I know there's so much that I want to do. And if tomorrow was my last day, or I was at my own funeral looking into my casket and I'm like, you could have fulfilled your dream of making music, but you didn't. You could have done this, but you didn't. That's what I see in potential for you. And speaking of that and just like fulfilling your dreams, can I just say what I recently got in the mail from one of my beautiful subscribers? So you guys look at this, and I love supporting my subscribers and my Psychic CEO members' businesses, okay? So all of you who support me, don't think that it goes unnoticed, because it doesn't. Look at what came in the mail. So literally this absolutely gorgeous card. I mean, look, all the way from England, from London, I think. Look, thank you for all you do. Handwritten, so beautiful. Here on the card, it says joy. And they sent me, so these are sisters, right? And it's called Tori Chan. I'll link it below. They started their own matcha company, I believe. I mean, look at this packaging. It's so cute. They sent me their beautiful organic ceremonial matcha, and they DM'd me on Instagram. I didn't even see it for the longest time. So rude. I only replied like a month later because I get so many DMs. So I didn't see it. It was buried somewhere. And I was like, oh my goodness, you guys support my channel. You watch it. I love it. They're like two sisters, women owned and sister owned. So literally, look at their beautiful family business that they started together. Sip your way to sisterhood. And this is Japanese matcha. I love matcha, so it couldn't have been a better fit. And I love the packaging, all the thought that they put into it. Look, right here. For every tin purchased, 1% will be donated to a charitable foundation that promotes health, education, and well-being for children around the world. It's USDA organic. I mean, how freaking sweet is this? So they sent me their matcha to try, which is amazing, by the way. And I'll link all of this below, because I did not get to where I am without you guys. So obviously I want to support you, and I want to support your businesses. And I just also want to say how beautiful, how thankful, like I live for this kind of stuff. So look at this gorgeous card. I cannot. And even that is from like This Sophie from South London graduated with a BA in fashion illustration from the University for the Creative Arts, Epsom 2008. Her work explores the existential anxiety felt by women today, from the masks we employ to finding acceptance within by taking traditionally feminine bubblegum aesthetics and reclaiming them in her unique style. So not only these beautiful sisters here who started their Tori-chan, their organic matcha company, not only are we supporting sisters and women-owned businesses, but also look at the card that they chose to write to me. How thoughtful, how thought through. It's so beautiful. I can't, literally. And then they wrote, Vanessa, you are a gem. If you only knew how often my sister and I watch your videos together and get inspired by your content and creativity and beauty inside out. We have shared your videos with our friends, and we actually watched them when we were creating this company together. Can't believe it came full circle, and you're going to try our matcha. We're honored. Lots of love, Julia and Madeline. You guys, like, I'm shaking, like, these things, like, I'm, like, nearly crying, you guys. It's so sweet, you know, and I love you guys so deeply. Then it says, Dear Vanessa, welcome to the Tori-chan fam. If you are reading this card, it means you've got excellent taste. May drinking the rich green of this matcha bring you good luck and good fortune. You guys, I'm sorry me reading it out loud has so many hiccups. It's because the handwriting is so beautiful, but I'm not always the best at deciphering. Just the thoughtfulness, the kindness, it is unmatched. And if they can, then so can you. That's what I want to get at. Look at the beautiful unicorn family. Look at what we're doing, what we're creating, where we're going. And I just want to support you guys in every single way through my readings. And I just want to also say thank you to Tori-chan. And guys, this is your inspiration. This is your sign for 2025. Don't let your potential go to waste. You have something that you are passionate about. You have something that you think is an amazing idea. Don't let some idiot talk you out of it. Excuse my language, but do it. Look at these gorgeous sisters that started their own matcha brand, reaching out to me, letting me know that they love my videos. Look at us now supporting each other. You never know where things might take you. You never know how connecting with someone might actually be something that propels you to do something you've dreamt of, you know? And 2025 will have you thriving. That's the message I've got here for you, group number 2. You're not going to expect how much you will thrive, especially when you lean into your potential and you become fearless about it. Because what's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing is that, okay, it doesn't work out the first time, it doesn't work out the second time. But if you're relentless about what you want, you're going to get there. You know, even things such as success professionally, it's just who is able to stand the longest, the strongest, who is able to keep going, even through times of feeling like you don't know when things are going to turn a corner and when you're actually going to hit success. And the thing is, the ones who persist and continue to try and are flexible and adaptable and mutable and continue to communicate with the world what they have to offer, those are the winners that come out on top and thriving. And you're understanding that in 2025. And Spirit is literally confirming. Next, we received success for you. That's your message. That's your 2025 vibe, group number 2. You will be successful. There's no other way to put it. And you seeing this video, also seeing how there are a lot of people out here who want to support you. I for sure want to support you. Group number 2, I can't wait to receive your letter and you telling me how much my videos or being part of my Psychic CEO membership has changed your life, the things you've accomplished, perhaps even sending me a sample of something that you're doing, showing me, DMing me. I can't wait to see that. I can't wait for you to share that within the community. I can't wait for you to share it with me because you are a monumental success 2025 and beyond. All right, group number 2. So stop doubting yourself. And in 2025, lean into your potential until exhaustion. Lean so much into your potential that you're like, I really did do everything I could. And when then things go left instead of right, you're not even mad because you know that you leaned into things fully. Next, we have the heavenly body of Uranus. And Uranus is the heavenly body that represents the unusual, but also very unapologetic, unexpected vibes. Now, I see that you are the black sheep. You are the one who is different. You have this uniqueness, this individuality. That's exactly what Uranus represents. And I want us also to add some astro dice to this, okay? Because I want a zodiac reference for you. I'm not moving forward without that. All right, we've got Scorpio. Scorpio and Uranus. Scorpio is the zodiac sign of transformation and death as well. Scorpio is intense. It is the most intense sign of the zodiac. It is a water sign, so I see some strong intensity coming from you in 2025. It's like you were kind, you were nice, you were played as well because your kindness was taken for weakness, and now you're done with that. So good luck to everybody. That's what I see here. Good luck to everybody who's going to try that again, because it's not going to work. They're not going to get anywhere, and you're just a different person. And with Uranus and Scorpio, I'm also seeing this very electrifying, magnetic private life of yours and trying new things. And I'm speaking kinks behind closed doors. I'm speaking things that are unusual, but it's fun, and you're able to safely do that with another person, and it's part of life. I know it's like a little bit private or uncomfortable for some of you, but you know, we're all squirrel friends here. We're all close pals, and we're all adults on this channel. I checked my analytics. We are all adults in all age ranges. And I just want you to understand here, within Uranus and Scorpio, it's totally your time to explore your sensuality and your sexuality. You don't have to stay hidden. You don't have to not try things because, oh, it's unconventional, it's different. No, 2025 is your year for exploration in every sense. And that gives you the freedom to be yourself because it's part of you. And you get to explore as much or as wildly as you would like. I can see here within mortification that actually what it does is it just makes you more clear as well about what you want and what you don't want, what you like and what you don't like, what kind of person you want to be with and what type of person is just not your vibe. And what happens when you experiment is actually you gain more clarity. One might think that things will get more crazy, you'll go off the deep end, you'll become this wild, crazy person who like is just abnormal or whatever. It does the complete opposite. For one, it makes you more open-minded, it makes you less judgmental, and it also makes sure that you are actually understanding what the stuff is that really gets you going, that you're really interested in, that really makes you feel complete, and what is kind of a turnoff. And if you never try, you'll never know. And I definitely see here that for 2025, you're trying, you're figuring out, you're doing different things that are unconventional, and it's so you, group number 2. It's so you to be non-judgmental and to try new things out, even in your own love life, even in your own private life. Now, group number 2, I've got a lot more messages for you. Simply hold on tight. We'll delve more deeply into them. So I'll be right back. I will clear and cleanse the space, and then we'll figure out more details about the year 2025 for you. Welcome back, group number 2. So let's delve even more deeply into your 2025 prediction, shall we? So we've got April as well as August and November that are going to be some very heavy hitting months for you. And let's figure out precisely why and what's going on during these months, shall we? So we'll start off. It's great how Spirit is showing us these in chronological order. So with April being first and August second and then November being almost towards the end of the year. So let's see precisely what Spirit has in store for you. First up, we've got Vesta. So Vesta shows me here that during April, actually that's when you're going through your biggest glow up yet. That will be April. All right, you're stepping into your sovereignty. You're stepping into understanding precisely who you are and where you want to go. And a lot of people will feel deeply intimidated by you. That's what I see here within April and Vesta. And adding into this, we've got the Spirit of Cups. And for you, it's like just the beginning. So for you, the month of April is actually a month in which you will find that it feels really natural to be this glowed up version of you. It feels very natural, even to be intimidating. Actually, it's something that doesn't surprise you. It is a trait that you always knew you had in you, and it was just a matter of time until the world would force you to unleash that energy, which is not a bad thing at all because it is protecting you from predators. Group number 2. So next up, within August, we've got Scorpio. This is a very intense sign. A Scorpio coming into your life during the month of August, a very charming and magnetic, very possessive as well, and persuasive person. That's what I see here. It's not a bad thing. I don't want you to feel as though the Scorpio is bad news. It's just someone with whom you have a very intense connection with. And the intensity that comes from Scorpio is something we already spoke about before. Scorpio in your birth chart makes you far more intense. I see here within the Magician, we have this like amplification, a lot of synchronicity, manifestation happening in August. August is like a month of supernatural experiences, of connecting with ancestors, angels, past loved ones, and pets. It's a time of very intense spiritual connection and liberation and growth. And really for you, August is like the month of the mystical, the month where things are going to happen that you're going to feel like, if I were to tell someone this story, they would never believe it. They would think to themselves, you are lying. You are making this up. These spirits don't exist. You did not see that synchronicity. You did not see your grandmother literally knitting on her front porch or pouring your grandfather a glass of apple juice in the morning, even though they are no longer, even though they are in the spirit world. You did not see that synchronicity of literally this lily, this flower that was the favorite flower of someone who is no longer, and it showed up with the number 333 within your life. Those kind of coincidences, or let's call them synchronicities, let's call them as they are. And then with the 3rd house in November, your potential to learn something and your local neighborhood. The 3rd house is actually your house of communication. It's your house of, to an extent, also like knowledge. And I want you to know here within your 3rd house that I am getting in November this spending really close time with other people, where usually you might have a little bit of like seasonal depression, but not in November 2025. And also being not in a local neighborhood watch, but there's like a local neighborhood club where you are joining in for the first time and you feel like you're part of a really great community. This is something that brings you joy. Oh, okay, we have a card that popped into the reading, the 7 of Cups. It's an opportunity to make new connections, to make new friends. And you've speculated for a long time, are you meant for these types of groups? Is like this group setting something for you? You just try it here in November and it works out for you. And all of a sudden you're realizing, wow, I can make so many new friends and connections just by being open enough to put myself in a group setting with other people and to put myself out there. By being open to making fresh connections, by being open to the new friendships, to new people coming into my life in a way that I just didn't expect to actually forge a path forward. Like not long ago, I met someone in the spot where I sometimes go and drink matcha. It's called the Matcha Club in Zurich, and I made a new friend there. She's beautiful, she's an elf, we've met a couple times, and I absolutely love her. And we have the Magician that showed up again here for you. The vibration of 2025 for you is very one energy. And why I say one energy is because the Magician corresponds in the major arcana within the tarot to the number 1. All of you guys who are part of my Psychic CEO membership or who have taken my tarot reading masterclass, you would know this. And the number 1 is master manifestor type of energy. It is leadership energy. We have an infinity symbol here in the form of a hairband. We have this very magical energy that's coming from 1. And you are understanding that you have to do something differently if you want a different result. And this is where I also just want to say to you guys, literally, Psychic CEO is my platform where if you follow the instructions, if you do everything I tell you to do, you show up at the live events, your life has no other choice but to manifest everything that you want. Everything from love, from your career, from your health, from your home, literally. The link is below in the description box, you guys. There are members only tarot readings in there. There are tarot classes. There are heaps of manifestation formulas that I have come up with, that I have developed, that I know have worked. You guys know I've had a brick and mortar business before I started anything like a membership, before I had digital products. I manifested this success, this career, living in my dream home, having my dream everything, my dream car, my dream life, my dream body. And now what I'm doing is I'm cultivating a space where I'm teaching you the exact same, because I would have wished that I had an opportunity that was far cheaper than like one-on-one coaching and mentorship like Psychic CEO when I was figuring out, how do I build this YouTube thing? How do I make it successful? How do I make sure everyone who needs this content actually gets to see it, gets to receive these messages? And I've put all of that into Psychic CEO. That's what I work on day in and day out. I've got over 400 modules in there. There are meditations. You're invited to live events. And literally, it is such a beautiful space where there are always these objections like, yeah, but I can't afford it. But, I don't know if I have the time. First of all, the whole point of it is that you are abundant when you are in this space. When you're in this energy, when you have all of the tools, you are meant to make back 10x, 100x what you invest in yourself. It's an investment in yourself. And literally going to therapy, for example, I was the exact same. I was like, oh, I don't know, it's really expensive. Here it's like $250 for just 1 hour of therapy, and you get far less than I've got in Psychic CEO. But still, I started to invest in myself, and it's not even about like the money directly. Just think about it. When you invest in yourself, you completely change the relationship you have towards yourself and your success, and you change the vibration and the energy around. Yeah, you invest in yourself, you're healthier, you're in a better mood, you have all of the information that you need, and that makes you perform better. It makes you see opportunities. It makes you take opportunities. Literally, I have dozens of members who have manifested raises, who have manifested wild business deals where they come to me and they're like, if I was not in your Psychic CEO membership, if I did not have these manifestation formulas, there is no way I would have this extra, literally double, triple my income, started this side business, because it's only because of your guidance and the confidence that you gave me that I was like, yeah, let me do this. The link to that is below. All of the info is below. And you guys, I just want to remind you of the fact here in The Magician, this is your time, all right? And this opportunity of Psychic CEO, it won't be here forever, especially at this rate. I just want to make it abundantly clear. Coaching and mentorship is usually unpayable by someone that you look up to or someone who you aspire to be like, if you want to start tarot as well, or you want a thriving tarot channel and so on. So I want to make this available to you guys now for as long as I can, for as long as I have time to be active in it, to answer your emails, to be there supporting you and creating all of this content that I'm putting into it. And I want you to make the absolute most out of it, you guys. But let's move more deeply into your reading. I don't want to talk too much just about that, because I don't want to make it seem like, oh, like I'm just talking so much about my membership and so on. But the thing is, I'm so passionate about it, and I've seen so many people's lives change to a degree that they never thought that they would. so many people sending me DMs and emails, and I am just so inspired by that I want to share it. My life's purpose is I always want to make your life better. I always want you to believe in yourself. I want to show you that things are possible. That's why I've also got literally over 700 tarot videos here on YouTube. I am here to uplift you. I'm here to show you where there is hope, where there is a path, where you can get things to work out in the best possible way, in the way that you've always dreamed of them working out, because all of these are possible realities. They already exist within the quantum field, and I am here to show you how to access them. So let's move more deeply into the reading, you guys. As already mentioned, I'm just very passionate about it. I 100% believe in my membership because I know it works, and because I have put so much heart and soul into it. I've seen and I've been part of a lot of other like manifestation coaches memberships that are priced around the same as mine, and let's just say there's a huge difference between the quality, the care, and the love that I've put in and what, you know, I've seen. And it's not to knock anyone, it's not to put anyone down, but I just have a lot of experience, right, from these hundreds and thousands of hours of videos that I have on YouTube, the filming, the getting better at it, the camera quality, literally 10 years of manifestation, learning. You guys see it on my second channel, Psychic CEO. So I really, really urge you to make use of that platform because it is so, so, so invaluable. And I don't know for how long that I will leave it publicly open or open at this rate, etc. Anyways, so Four of Wands, stability for the year 2025. You are building a stable foundation, and I'm also getting stable home. I'm getting down payment for property in the Four of Wands. For some reason, Spirit is sending me this image of a house. It's a very modern one. I'm getting marble aesthetic either in the kitchen and the bathroom or both. I'm getting light colors, these kind of oak wood floors, very modern and sophisticated. That's what I have here in the Four of Wands for you. And between August and November is when I can see here a property purchase, all right? And you are not expecting it, but because your manifestation powers are on an all-time high, because you're using the tools, you are making sure that you are changing things so your environment changes. The world has no other choice but to align itself with that which you believe yourself to be. And I see here within the Devil that it is so seductive for you to think of this beautiful version of you, the most best looking version of you, the hottest version, the most successful version, the version that has FU money just to do whatever you want. And I see here with the Magician and the Devil, you're literally channeling anger, want, need, all of these things that were negative emotions. You're channeling them into becoming your most badass self. The Devil may seem like a negative card, but it actually represents worldliness and material success. Why it shows up as the Devil is because Spirit is trying to urge you to actually not get swept away by things and material success and money, and to always remember that these things don't define you, because sometimes our relation to the material realm can become very intense. That's why the Devil card is showing up. It's to pace you, it's to temper you, because you may be in the mood to, you know, go to the Maldives first class, to buy yourself that supercar, to get those cosmetic procedures, that handbag, that jewelry, and what your guides are trying to say to you, invest it in something that will have a return or significantly change your day-to-day life. So it could be a rental property that will increase in value and also give you income from rentals, and rather than spending that on something that's just a liability like a car or jewelry or a vacation or something like that, or even in your own property. So then you are not paying rent, you're paying your own mortgage, and again, your property is increasing in value. So that is where it's gonna be time for you to show that you are not short-sighted, actually. And I see here within the Seven of Swords that the thing that you're gonna wanna look out for is to make sure that you compare different options and different deals. I see here in the Seven of Swords that when looking for this property, looking for this investment, okay, even stocks, bonds, things like that, you're going to want to compare with multiple different brokers. Because if you go with the first one, they're going to screw you over. That's what I see here in the Seven of Swords. That's what Spirit is saying. Spirit is saying, don't go with the first one. Don't even go with the second one. Make sure you talk to lots of different people, compare, and make it clear that you are comparing, that they're not your only option or your first option. And I've made those mistakes before myself, group number 2, where I was like in a dire situation, okay? I was in a situation where I don't want to say who or why, I don't want to say anything negative, but I had to get my accounting done really quickly, and I couldn't continue with the accountant that I was using, but I had to get it done quickly. You know, handing in all of my declarations, everything like that. And then I found this accountant, and because I was in such a dire situation, I was so inexperienced, and I just had this like Bambi type of energy of no one to protect me and nobody to really show that I had fangs or teeth, right? Just this innocent being that couldn't hurt a fly. The accountant felt that, he knew that, I told him that, and obviously this is not the one I'm using anymore, but he completely screwed me over. He took like 10K, didn't do any work, and then kicked me out of the firm, and was just like, blamed it on me because he did not know how to do accounting for platforms like Shopify and Kajabi, where I host my online businesses and also my membership. He didn't know how to do it. And he literally just does like very old school kind of businesses, and he's older. And rather than just saying he didn't know how to do it, he would just constantly like blame me, ask for more documents. And in the end, he didn't do anything and just said like, oh, I'm not going to continue on because you're not paying me more. Mind you, I had already paid 10K and he didn't deliver anything, not even one little declaration, like nothing, which is insane. And then he just kicked me out of the firm and was just like, I'm not going to work on it anymore. Here's your stuff. Like one day just gave me all of my binders, and I just like put them in my car, and I was like, okay. So literally, I want you to know here in the Seven of Swords, don't let that be you. Because sometimes when you feel cornered, when there's so much going on in so many different areas of your life, because I was going through so much and I needed it done quickly, and he was recommended to me by a friend. That's what I wanted to get on. Just because someone's recommended to you by a family friend does not mean they're a good person. It doesn't mean that they do a good job. It doesn't mean that they know what they're talking about. People still have egos. People, when they see you, will underestimate you. They will think, oh, look at this, in my case, oh, look at this young woman who like doesn't know, and probably her business can't be that hard to manage. I mean, she's doing it. How is it that I couldn't understand it? You know, that's the vibe I was getting, and I'm never wrong. When it comes to vibes, I'm never wrong when it comes to my intuition and my instinct, so I know that's what he was thinking. And you have to make sure that just because you want to believe in the good, and because someone was recommended to you by a family friend, you wanting to work with them, don't let that override your intuition and your common sense. Don't make the mistake that I made. And of course, it's not your fault if that happens, but you can avoid it. The Seven of Swords is just telling you, it doesn't matter if someone who you know knows them, doesn't matter if they're a family friend, it doesn't matter if you think or you want to believe that this person is someone who's qualified. If the gut feeling is off, just listen to that and don't go with the first offer. Remember, especially if you're paying for something, you are never in the weaker position. You are always the client. You are always the one who has options, because you will find someone like that, if you really want to, that really needs the money and can offer the service and do it amazingly well. All right, so never make it feel as though you are paying someone and bowing down and you're so grateful that you get to give them your hard-earned money. That's not how it works. Remember, here in the Seven of Swords, when you're buying this property, compare different insurances on the property as well. Things like the homeowner insurances and so on. And when you do that, you'll be fine. The third house also tells me here with November, that's also why you've got this neighborhood watch, neighborhood new community group thing that you're going to, where you're meeting new people, because you're quite literally moving into a new community. You've got property in a new community. You've got some sort of share, a stake in a new community that you're living in. And that makes for opportunities for new connections, new friendships, new people that you are in alignment with, that you're dealing with. So the third house makes a lot of sense now, actually, in a completely different way than expected. Group number 2, so let's just add a little more into your reading, shall we? All right, so we've got all of these letters. We've got O, T, A, E, U. Okay, so we already have Utah. And then another thing that we also have here, and then we also have Tau, which in German means like dew, like morning dew, if you will. Want to add a little bit more into your reading. And then we've got I as well as F, love. Okay, so don't ask me why I'm getting feta here. Who else loves feta cheese? I mean, I'm vegan, I'm plant-based, so I'm not really into it unless it's plant-based. And then we also have yes right here in French, oui. So what I'm obviously also getting here is fate. And Spirit is telling you very, very clearly, 2025 is your fated year. 2025, all of this that's going on is fate. Big yes in French to that. For all of you guys who didn't know, I speak German, Swiss German, French, and English. So fate is happening. Fate is yours. You are fated to take these big steps forward. You are fated to be this master manifester, this magician, where the people around you are like, wait, what? How were you able to do this so quickly? How were you able to change your life so profoundly in 2025, seemingly out of nowhere? Yes, it is fate. 2025 comes with an intensity that you've always wanted. We've got space, time, and self. And let me just say, it's probably because you'll be Psychic CEO. I know you'll be part of Psychic CEO. Just watch, just watch. If you follow me here on YouTube and on Instagram or my Psychic CEO channel, you will think to yourself, all right, now it's enough. I need to see what this space is all about. So within trust in the places you feel guided towards, I do also see that there's a lot of traveling going on here. So a lot of traveling to different countries you've wanted to go to, different places you've always had on your goal and vision board. And some of these places people go and they do raves, they do plant medicine. Some of these places are really great for like spas and relaxation. I'm getting Peru, I'm getting Bali, I'm getting Costa Rica. I'm also getting some Nordic, like European countries. I'm also getting North Africa as well for you. And then we have Southeast Asia. Next, we've got truth. You are on a quest for truth. That which is true will always be enough. And you are coming in 2025 to a realization that a lot of people never live in truth. A lot of people don't live in integrity. A lot of people tell a lot of lies. And there's this quote, and it makes a lot of things very clear to me when I feel like I've been screwed over. And the quote goes, "To the pure, all things are pure." And that means, literally, if you are a pure person, if you are not someone who lies, who deceives, who says stuff that isn't true, you will not even think it's an option. It's not even in the realm of possibility to you until someone does it and you find it out and you're like, oh, right. But we're not going to learn those lessons the hard way. What Spirit is telling you to do is to always watch people's actions before you believe their words. That is the easiest way for you to steer clear of dealing with people who don't have integrity, who don't have honor, and that's the easiest way for you to already know what's going on. But what a lot of us do is like we end up still believing in people's words, and then we get burnt until we just become too old for that, until we've been through that too many times, and then you start to just be able to like tell when someone is lying to you. Next, we have the goddess of the sea, abundance. It's time to come home. And I have to tell you this story. So it's in correlation to truth as well as the goddess of the sea. Literally, you guys, I was talking to someone who was, you know, just kind of saying, oh, I'm doing so well in my business. I'm doing like these numbers, blah, blah. And I was like, that's amazing. That's great. And this person is saying, oh, we should collaborate. We should work together. And then I said, okay, well, why don't you share your business with me? And the person couldn't share their business. They're like, oh, I don't want to brag. I don't want to seem like I'm doing too much. But it's like you came to me telling me how well your business is doing. I congratulated you. And I said, sure, if you want to work together or brainstorm together, share with me. What's your business? I'd love to know before I take the time and energy out of my very busy day where I'm working on helping people to come and meet you. Because you guys, I am so protective over my time because I like to spend the majority of my time reading, learning, creating content for you guys, and making videos that I don't like to just go out unless it's for the purpose of recreation or actually meeting someone who can help me make my content better, who can help me make better platforms for you guys. And they just couldn't answer. But they're like, oh, let's still like do something together. And it's like, I already know, like, there's no truth here. I already can, like, you cannot answer a simple question. There's nothing to still see through and find out, like, perhaps. No, there's no perhaps. Long story short, you can't answer a simple question straight. We are not compatible in any way, shape, or form, because anything you ask me, I can answer it straight up like that. So it's time for you to come home to the people who are on the same wavelength. It's time for you to know that abundance is found in truthfulness, in creating things that are of value to others, and being someone who is pure and surrounding yourself with pure people as well. Because believe it or not, here in the goddess of the sea, I can see a lot of people, they just want to experience you. They just want to be around you. They don't want to truly learn to love you and learn who you are at the core. They just want the privilege of being seen with you. They want the privilege of having you in their energetic space and frequency. They want to be able to say that they were with you, they hung out with you, they did things with you. Perhaps they were even intimate with you. They just want that, and they don't actually know how to value another person. And it has nothing to do with you. Group number 2, it has everything to do with the fact that when you don't come home to only people who know real value, when you surround yourself with people who don't get it, who will never get it, and who are keeping you from the pure souls that are your soul tribe, it drains you. And Spirit in 2025 can see its fate for you to learn some last lessons with other people. And then you will forever still be a kind empath, but you just have this no-nonsense side of you that we can't deny, that's going to be there, and that is actually just here to protect you. Now within emotions, we've got honoring the flow of all the emotions. You are a very sensitive person. There are days where you want to scream, cry, laugh, have the best time. Sometimes you feel as though the world is ending any moment. And I definitely see here that this is all you processing life in a really healthy manner. Remember that a lot of people live quiet lives of desperations where they never express themselves. You expressing yourself, being honest, expressing your emotions, it will also never jeopardize a sincere relationship and connection that's meant to be. It only ever jeopardizes fake and surface level connections. And here within honoring the flow of all of your emotions, 2025 is a time where regardless of what you're feeling, you're honoring it. Like you're feeling amazing, great. you continue to feel amazing. You're having a rough day? Great. You'll just cry it out and carry on. You have nothing to feel ashamed of and nothing to prove to anyone either, group number 2. And you don't feel that pressure anymore to be perfect. You just are. And that, by definition, is more than enough. That, by definition, is already good enough. It's already so worthy of the recognition and the love that you desire, that you want out of life. So, my gorgeous soul of group number 2, I am getting this message from Spirit that we just have a few more bits of information that have to be shared with you. I'm now going to clear and cleanse the space. Spirit is just telling me we're not done, which is crazy because we've already delved pretty deeply into your reading, but Spirit is telling me there's something else, there's something coming, you're not finished. So group number 2, I will clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back with you, and we can delve even more deeply into your 2025 prediction. Hello, all my lovely souls of group number 2. So Spirit told me while I was clearing and cleansing the space, and I made myself some more tea. This is like an Earl Grey with almond milk, so good. Spirit told me we have some words for 2025 that group number 2 needs to receive, and that is going to kind of become the motto for group number 2. So let's delve into precisely what those words may be and why they're so important for 2025. All right. So we've got follow. To follow means to come after somebody or something in position, time, or sequence. To add to something already done by doing something else, usually a related thing. So your guides are trying to say to you, 2025 is the year to follow through. 2025 is the year for you to only follow what serves you as well. So get down and nitty gritty and downright a little ruthless and ugly when it comes to your following list and the people who you follow. Make sure that it's only people who make you feel uplifted and good about yourself. Make sure that your following list and the people with whom you energetically mesh are people who you actually want to energetically be enmeshed with. Then we've got benefit. Yes, that's exactly what we were speaking of. It has to benefit you. Benefit by definition means payment for people who are sick or unemployed, an advantage you get from a situation. So in this instance, it's about you having an advantage from a situation, right? So make sure you are following what benefits you. Follow and benefit. Otherwise, we are not following. It's a very, very simple equation that Spirit clearly still wanted for you to hear. Spirit still wanted you to receive this message because it seems simple. It seems so like, well, duh, obviously. But let's be real, it's not that obvious, group number 2. It really isn't, because I can tell you right now, there are 1 or 2 people who I really need to unfollow who are just snakes, who literally I know them in real life. That's why I even follow them. But do they ever like any of my posts? Do they ever support my business? Do they ever support me as a human being? No. So it does not benefit me to have their energy around me or for them to still be able to see what I'm doing or to be connected to them in any kind of way. Nor do I need to follow accounts that make me feel as though, well, I don't have that anymore, but I used to follow accounts that made me feel self-conscious about my looks and my body. And I think I've outgrown that. I think also with time and age, you kind of outgrow that feeling. But if you're in a phase of your life where you still feel that, just unfollow. Like, just stop cultivating those feelings and those beliefs, because what will happen when you only follow what benefits you is what we've got here in the Ace of Swords, a huge breakthrough, complete mental focus. And when you have mental focus, you are ahead of the game tenfold. Because in this day and age, that is what people lack. People lack focus. That is the one thing nobody is able to do. Nobody is able to actually focus anymore because we're constantly distracted. We've constantly got our devices in our faces. We've constantly got something that we can scroll around with, that we can just do all of these things with that are really unnecessary, group number 2. And the Ace of Swords shows me a huge breakthrough, huge spiritual enlightenment coming for you in the year 2025. And I want to see when the peak of this is going to be, when it's really, really going to hit home and peak. We've got February. That is the month of your complete change. February is the month of the complete revamp of you, of mental focus finally being the norm, finally being your default setting, and your huge breakthrough, your huge spiritual enlightenment. And then we also have the number 10. So we've got February 10th for you, group number 2, and February 10th. February 10th is actually a Monday. All right, February 10th being a Monday, it makes it very clear, like the start of that week, it's something different. Group number 2, the start of that week is going to completely shift you in ways that you didn't think were possible. And sometimes there are really these moments where from one second to the next, everything is just different. And then what I've also got here for you is some Leo energy. Leo is ruled by the sun. I do want you to know here with the 10th house in Leo, which is the house of your public image, your career, and your legacy. The number 10 and Leo, this is a combination of only following who benefits you and who you would like to model your life after. So someone who is leaving a legacy that you find inspirational and aspirational, and making sure that that's the kind of positivity you surround yourself with. Don't allow anything else, group number 2. Remember, what continues in your life and what you allow is what your existence will be all about. And Spirit is trying to give you back your power and remind you that you have all the power and you don't have to allow anything that you don't want to. And through the years, you've gained so much wisdom. 2025, it's like either you're hanging around people who can actually offer wisdom, or you're just not with it. You're not a kid anymore. You're not going to get into petty arguments with people. I also want you to know here, what we have is a complete breakthrough in your career, because you have so much wisdom at such a young age compared to other people, that you are actually taking a position of someone who should be way older, and people look up to you in a way how you didn't think they would at such a young age for the kind of career that you're in, and it gives you freedom. I want you to know the main focal point for 2025, it is freedom. I'm also getting this bird tattoo image for whatever reason. Bird tattoo, bird charm, a bird on a carved wood statue, stone, birds. Now, freedom coming up within your reading, it is imperative because once you've freed yourself here in the Ace of Swords from the confinement of feeling like some of your dreams are out of reach, you have this complete breakthrough, and only follow people who are living your dream life, okay? Because that shows you that it's possible, and then that inspires you to take inspired action towards your goals as well, because it no longer seems like it's impossible, and you're using not comparison but watching other people to make yourself feel like it's possible, to amp yourself up, to help yourself to thrive, rather than to compare and feel lesser than. And then an important element, an important ingredient to your equation for the most successful 2025, then you have to trust. Remember, faith is the evidence of things not yet seen, and faith is something you have to keep and trust, even when things have not manifested into the 3D yet. Remember that whether it was the creation of the aeroplane, the iPhone, applications, even inventions such as, modern devices, telephones, period. Like going from a phone having to be wired through a wall to a phone actually being portable and just being this little mobile device. Just imagine, people thought you were crazy if you would say to them, oh, one day phones will be this portable tiny mobile devices that are more powerful than the computers that they had at that time. People would say, oh, you're crazy. They would have said that 50 years ago. But it wasn't. And there were some people who trusted that it wasn't and trusted that it could be done. If they could think it, they could speak it, then they could make it a reality, and they did. And you'll do the same for your goals and aspirations. Your aspiration may not be to invent the next iPhone. It's not about that. But you understand where I'm getting at with this group number 2. You guys always do. And it's about the fact that if you have the courage to speak something that you can think, if you have the courage to know that, of course, this can happen, especially if you can envision it, and even more so if it's been done before, why wouldn't it happen for you, right? It's the simple fact that you are no different than anyone else. You are no different than someone who's living a life that you find really inspirational and aspirational. Nothing is different at the core. We are all I ams, basically. But we define ourselves differently. That's where the differentiations begin, right? Someone defines themselves as strong, another person defines themselves as weak. Someone defines themselves as fortunate, someone says they are misfortunate. Regardless of whether it's true or not, it doesn't even matter. What matters is, what do you continue to define yourself as, because that is what will continue to show up in your life, and that is how your life will be. That is how your life will persist. So if you can have a definition of yourself of being in lack, you can also have a definition of yourself of being in abundance. What's it going to hurt to try defining your life as abundant? It's not going to hurt. What's the worst thing that could happen? That your life actually becomes abundant, that you actually learn through these tried and proven exclusive manifestation formulas like the 369 method, the self-concept pyramid, the SAC, your self-agency concept, that you actually learn to completely change your life, change your reality, manifest everything that you've ever desired, because when you change, everything around you changes. And you've got that wisdom and you understand it doesn't even need to be this complicated formula or way of doing things. The simplest things are usually the best. The simplest are usually the ones that are the most effective. But the simplest things are also the ones you have to repeat diligently, like visualizing your dream life, like practicing the manifestation formulas. But when you do that, when you just do the practices, you get there automatically. But it's in the faith and trust that you are meant to live freely, that you were not put on this earth to just suffer, that a lot of people give up. But there's a reason why you're here, group number 2. There's a reason why it's this message that your guides wanted you to receive as a parting piece of guidance for what's to come to you in 2025, and why you're still tuned in, why you're still listening, because clearly we vibe with one another. Clearly we are connected in a very profound way, and we are connected to source, to spirit, to your angels, your guides, God, whatever it is that you believe in. And clearly you had to receive this message to give you that final healing energy and encouragement to step into 2025 as the successful creator that you are. So group number 2, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed this really detailed and intricate pick a card tarot prediction. If you did, please give this video a thumbs up. Furthermore, all of the links are below in the description box for the matcha, for my Psychic CEO membership, for private readings as well. Make sure that you check it out. Remember, if nothing changes, nothing changes. So group number 2, wherever you are on this gorgeous planet that we call home, know that I appreciate you deeply. Know that I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait for us to connect during one of our upcoming readings. Hello, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. Welcome to your 2025 prediction. We're going to get into great detail, so make sure that you're feeling comfortable, that you've got something to drink, some snacks, stay hydrated. If you're feeling thirsty right now, you're already dehydrated, group number 3. Make sure that you get yourself some water, some matcha, some coffee, your beverage of choice. You chose the Cherry, Orchid, Agate, Crystal Point, as well as the Tarot in Wonderland deck to help guide us for 2025 for you. So this crystal is actually a crystal that helps you get in alignment with your purpose, which I can't wait for us to get into to see what 2025 has in store for you precisely and what you've got to look out for. This is going to be the most accurate, intricate, in-depth reading that that you will find absolutely anywhere on the face of this earth. So buckle your seatbelt, group number 3, because we are going to get into all of the nitty-gritty messages that there are for you. First up, the Ace of Pentacles. 2025, you're starting that business, you're getting that promotion, you're leveling yourself up in the earthly realm. The suit of Pentacles is a suit of everything that pertains to the element of earth, and therefore all of the things that are finite and have to do with material wealth. So that is your money, your career. That is also your health and your time and your belongings. The ace always represents a new beginning. Ace equals number 1. It is the first card in every one of the 4 suits. There is the suit of Pentacles, the suit of Wands, the suit of Cups, as well as the suit of Swords. All of you guys who are in my Psychic CEO, you know this. So I want you to understand the Ace of Pentacles is all about a fresh beginning with that. And a very positive beginning in the sense of this will be successful. I see here within the sun, literally Spirit is like, group number 3 is blessed for 2025 because the sun is actually one of the most favorable cards you could receive within the tarot. It is a card that foreshadows harmony, that foreshadows you spending time with friends and family, having the best time, and also being in good spirits, good health, literally wanting for nothing, being in a place of abundance. That's what the sun stands for. And I want you to know here that when it comes to this and when it comes to your life in 2025, this shows good fortune coming towards you. And I want to figure out precisely when you are going to get this big level up moment that happens for you with the Ace of Pentacles to actually come into the 3D. All right, so we've got June right in the middle of the year. That's when this is going to take off, take place, and completely change your life and your vibration. And I want you to know here that June is the month where you think to yourself, gosh, 2025 has been wild, but in the best way possible. And again, the sun, it is the planet, it is the heavenly body, let's put it that way, of power, of certainty, of knowing precisely what you want and going for it and getting it. And the 9 of Wands shows us here that so often you felt like the underdog, like the odd one out, like somehow you are different and it's hard for you to find your tribe. It's hard for you to find your people. It's hard for you to find acceptance, really, because it's just being the one who's different, the black sheep, the underdog, the one who does things differently everywhere that you go. And it may already start with the way that you dress, the way that you articulate, you speak, even what you eat. I know that for a long time, I felt like the underdog or the odd one out because being plant-based for like 12 years, at the beginning, it was not what it is now. It wasn't cool, it wasn't accepted, or even just living in a place like Zurich, Switzerland, being mixed race, you stand out. People stare, people look at you, and there's always something that makes you unique and sets you apart. And this thing has existed since you were a kid. You felt it, but now you're actually embracing it. Now you're actually unapologetic about it. Now you're actually like, this is my superpower. This is what sets me apart from everyone, and actually shows that I'm unafraid to be myself. I'm unafraid to just do me. Take it or leave it, but I'm not going to dim my light just for other people to feel more comfortable. And I see that that is exactly what will make all of your undertakings in business and in the earthly realm a complete success. Then we have the Hanged Man, but this card actually showed up upright if you were paying close attention. The Hanged Man upright is a representation of getting moving, all right, getting things done, not feeling as though you want to remain stagnant, and actually like moving into, all right, let's get this business rolling. Let's get these deals signed. Let's make sure that 2025 is a monumental success. Like, let's get things moving within our private lives. Let's make sure that we're not behind on our diet, that we're paying close attention to it, that we feel good, that we look good, that we're taking care of ourselves, our friends, our family. And I definitely see here that you're completely shifting your perspective about how you see life, because the more you put energy into the things you want, the more you get out of them. And it just kind of teaches you, like, you know what? Why was I ever holding back? Why was I ever trying to fit a mold that I didn't belong in? I'm this big, colorful, fun personality, and it's time for me to express that unapologetically. And anyone who doesn't like it, who cares? Who cares about their opinion? 2 or 3 generations from now, we'll all be really old and it won't matter what they thought, anyways. So you might as well live your best life. I see here within the Dark Woman that a big part of 2025 for you is going to have a woman with dark features, so dark hair, dark skin, that is kind of an important part of your life. I mean, if this resonates with you, then it makes obvious sense as to why the Dark Woman is showing up. However, if you feel like, oh, I'm not really sure who this person is, know here within the Sun, this is almost like a motherly, grandmotherly, big sister kind of figure. It can also, of course, pertain to you being here and me being a big part of your life in 2025, and that's the energy that's coming through. But just know here you are protected, you are guided, and there is feminine energy that is rooting for you, that wants you to have everything that you've ever wanted. And within Lily, it's spiritual love. It is a deep connection with someone that it's not romantic. It's nothing that goes into this realm of more of a shallow love. It's a deep spiritual love. And I'm also getting you getting gifted lilies in June to celebrate your success in the earthly realms, and just gifts in general, learning to accept those during the year 2025, and learning to not say no. Here in the Nine of Wands, I see that often you kind of like reject gifts a little bit and it makes you a little uncomfortable, but actually completely enjoying that, getting the gifts in June. Now we've also got the Lover showing up for you. It is safe to surrender to the good feelings. Now, love in 2025 is going to be passionate. It's going to be filled with abundance. So you have options in love, especially if you're single. Okay, I want you to know love is going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. And you're going to surrender to just the good feeling part of it. You're not interested in anything that stresses you out more than it actually gives you energy, and that it actually gives you what you're looking for in love. You're not interested in anything that's just like stressful. And I see here within the mind that the thing is, you've invested so much time and energy and even money, all right? If you've bought expensive journals, you've gone to therapy, you've invested in coaching or a mastermind or a mentor, then you know all about this. Now, here within the mind, give to the mind and it gives back. You are literally in a space where you're like, you know what? I am going to invest in myself, and also I'm going to make sure that anyone who I surround myself with, energetically, spiritually, romantically, that they are also invested in making sure my mental health is in a place where it's thriving. And you notice that very quickly. Like if someone is not giving you this feeling of security, they're not invested in making sure the relationship and your mental health is stable. And then you're just kind of like not interested. You're like, let me just bugger off because there's no point anyways. We had the number 23 here. Here we have 32. These are numbers that are flipped, right? We have them being mirrored. And the great goddess is all about transcending from a place where you allowed for people to treat you however they felt like, to actually having boundaries. Now, the great goddess shows us here that anyone who comes in contact with you can feel it. They can feel you're in your goddess energy. They can feel you're in your godlike moment. And this divinity, this very close connection spiritually to source, is actually what makes you so attractive. It's not even that physically you've changed things, you've altered things, you've done the surgery, the non-surgical treatment, you've done the changing of your hair, your makeup, your style, whatever. All of that is good. It's great. It's part of 2025. But what really makes you beautiful from the inside out, it's your spirit. It's your energy. And I see here within the portal, my gorgeous soul of group number 3, your guides are asking you, are you ready? Are you ready to step into something completely different, new, and something like you've never experienced before. The number 17 is a prime number. We also had the number 7 here, which is very interesting that within this deck we received a reversal, a mirroring of 23 and 32, and then we have 7 and 17 with the number 7 being repeated twice, which is the number of a seeker, a seer, a mystic, someone who isn't afraid to be by themselves, so a little bit of a hermit as well. And just overall this vibe of like, I'm okay by myself too. I don't need a crowd around me all the time, and I'm almost like a little bit of an empath loner at times. So the portal is going to open up when you really focus on your crafts, when you focus on your work, when you kind of become obsessed with this new venture in the earthly realms. And the thing here is like, in order to be really good at something, or in order to be successful, a lot of people will misunderstand the drive, the passion, the energy, the time you put into it, because either they can't relate, or it triggers a kind of insecurity within them because they never went after their dreams with the intensity that you are going after your dreams with during the year 2025. Let them be triggered, let them feel away, let them show their true colors once you start to excel and do amazingly well for yourself in the earthly realms. When you become healthy, you're glowing, you look amazing, you have options in the earthly realms, you have options in love. Watch how people want you to do well, but not better than them. Watch them reveal who they really are. I see in the Two of Swords that actually you have had some avoidance, some indecision about who to keep and who to let go of. And there is a pivotal moment during the year 2025 where all of a sudden the indecision will become really clear, and you'll know precisely who you need to kick out of your close friend circle. And it's going to be happening in April. April is the month of letting go of someone that you know is just not in your camp, is just not able to take where you're going. They're not able to stomach your elevation, as weird as it sounds. But you know how there are some people where it's almost like when you're doing really, really well, they fade away. They get very weird. When you're doing okay, they're there, it's fine. But when you're really thriving, things get kind of strange. And I see here with the Four of Rings that you have to conserve your energy for your life's purpose. And I'll give you an example out of my life just to make it monumentally clear. For me, conserving myself, it means that my purpose in life is to uplift you guys. My purpose in life is my unicorn army, is my unicorn family. It is Psychic CEO, it is my members, it is my mentees, it is everyone who I'm coaching. It is literally you guys learning to live your best lives and making your dreams a reality. If I meet a friend or a potential lover and they drain my energy, they make me feel as though somehow I'm less productive now that they're in my life when it comes to my life's purpose, which is to uplift people, which is to show people that they are so capable, which is to make people feel better about themselves. I know it's wrong. I know they need to go. There has to be no indecision. I have to immediately remove them out of my life, because what they are doing is they are stopping me from my life's purpose. And I see here in the Four of Rings that during March is where you're realizing like, oh my God, I really need to start conserving my energy. And you're starting to notice, yeah, my energy is kind of going in different directions, before in April you make that decision to stop being indecisive and to just cut off what no longer serves. You're just gonna cut off what is clearly not working for you, because why keep something around that isn't benefiting you and your life purpose and allowing you to live completely in your life purpose? You are just at a point in your life where you want to create, you want to be yourself, you only want supportive relationships within your life, and everything that isn't supportive, it's like, what's the point, right? So group 3, let's move more deeply into it. We have R-O-N and a blank rune. So Ron. Ron is a name, or Rhonda, Ron, Ronald. What we also have, of course, is Nor, neither here nor there, if we were to go N-O-R. But Ron being part of a name that's important, that is part of what's happening in June. Someone you can actually count on, someone who's actually in your team. We definitely have something with Ron, all right? Rhonda, Ronald, Aaron as well, you know, spelled Aaron, for example. So I want you to understand here that we have a lot still coming for 2025. And Spirit is asking me to clear and cleanse a space so we can get more clarity, more decisiveness, and you can get more information about what's coming towards you during 2025. So group number 3, you don't have to lift a finger, you don't have to do a thing. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back to guide you into 2025 more deeply so we can figure out everything that you need to know about this upcoming calendar year. Welcome back, my stunning soul of group number 3. So we're going to delve even more deeply into your 2025 prediction because honestly, we have not even scratched the surface yet. Like the amount of info that Spirit is telling me is still going to come through is quite literally insane. So let's get into it with our charms as well as our divination board and see what Spirit needs you to know next about 2025. Insane that it's going to be 2025, isn't it? All right, so one charm fell outside of the board. Aside from that, all of our charms are on the board. So I'm just going to turn this one right side up, which is a snake, what looks like a cobra. And then we also have this little sausage dog, this little dachshund. We have a bird in a cage here on Not Known. And then we also have a dinosaur. And I'm just realizing my camera is not going into focus. So I am going to fix that and be right back. All right, there we go, my gorgeous soul. So we are now back in focus. Now let's talk about it. We have most of our animals, which is very interesting. We've got spirit animals. We don't have any kind of other things within our divination board other than animals. So it's going to be a year filled with life, filled with real connections, where material things, of course, they're important, but we've got them on the outskirts. The only material thing here, the only inanimate object is this ship's wheel. At least that's what I believe it's called. So let's move into this. Let's delve into this. For the dinosaur, I do see here that we are in a place where you're realizing, all right, you've got a prehistoric brain. All of this technology is very new. Let's be kind to ourselves and be gentle with the progress that we're making, because you were not designed to be on your laptop the whole day. You were not designed to use social media and feel fantastic doing so. All right, a lot of these things are just designed to make companies rich, not for us actually to end up living our best lives. And the snake, the cobra, is a symbol of transformation, whereas within the dog, we've got this connection that is filled with loyalty that we've got here between our maybe and our yes situation. So I definitely want you to know that the snake shows us that there is transformation taking place. And when it comes to loyalty, the more you change, the more people's loyalty will be tested, because as mentioned, people want you to do well, but the moment you're doing better than they are, that's when some of them might get a little bit salty about it. And within our bird in the cage, I want you to know that Spirit isn't sure yet when you're going to get out of the cage. Spirit isn't sure if 2025 is your year of ultimate liberation. That's not a bad thing, group number 3, because that means that this is not the end of you becoming the most authentic version of yourself. There is still growth, there is still time for you to become everything that you've always wanted to be. And it's not a journey that has to be completed within 1 year, even if within a year you make some really beautiful, significant changes. The 8 of Cups shows me here that in 2025, you are literally walking away from people who have closed doors and expect you to break into those doors. Okay, people who close doors on a connection with you, and then they act all innocent and they want you to chase them. So it is very sassy man kind of energy that you're walking away from, because you do not want to be in the position where you're chasing someone, because you know that will make for a very unhealthy and unfulfilled future. So there's no point to even continue any kind of engagement or any kind of connection with someone who you can tell kind of wants that or kind of thrives off of that. That's what I see here within the Eight of Cups. Next up, we have the Queen of Pentacles. Now, the Queen of Pentacles is a wise woman. This is a woman who knows what she wants. The Suit of Pentacles is the suit of the earthly realm, so everything to do with money, health, time management, just our finite resources. And the thing is, like, when someone wastes your time, they're wasting your money, they're wasting your finite resources, and that to you is the biggest insult when someone does that. In the past, you used to tolerate it a lot more, and now you take it very personally because you are about your business and you spend so much time, energy, and money on yourself and your self-development that you're not going to just let someone's dusty son or daughter waste that for you. That is a huge, absolute no. You're not allowing that to happen. I want us to move in a little more deeply with our astro dice. All right, we've got Aries. Aries energy. Aries energy shows us here. Let me just make sure it's in focus. Aries energy tells me here that that's the kind of energy you're kind of fleeing from during the year 2025, because you have had and are still going to have some experiences with Aries where you're just like, I can't do this. And if you're an Aries yourself, you're probably like, I don't want to date a carbon copy of myself. I just can't. Aries is ruled by Mars, which can be a little bit pushy at first, but then also very quick to completely change from boiling hot to ice cold and vice versa. And that's just not what you want. You want stability. And I see here that the Knight of Swords instead is someone who has this air sign energy. This is more interesting now. So Libra, Aquarius, Gemini, don't write them off. Don't write them off. I know Aquarius and Gemini. They're not easy to be with. But the Knight of Swords, all right, he's logical. He knows what he wants. The Knight of Swords is coming in on a white horse, shining armor, all right? The Knight of Swords represents someone with the energy of wanting to come and be real with you. They're honest. Even if they're brutally honest, even if they're honest to the degree where it's like, okay, you could have said that more nicely, the energy of the Knight of Swords is an energy of sincerity. And I want to figure out precisely what month they're going to come in. Oh, okay, we've got the 8th month. So month number 8, that is August, I believe. Month 8 is the month in which you are going to meet the Knight of Swords. And let's see precisely what day it's going to be. All right, we've got number 16, 16th day of the month for our beautiful Knight of Swords experience and extravaganza, which is funny because we've got the 8th month and then 16, which is basically 8 times 2, and 2 represents you and the Knight of Swords. It represents this partnership. So, okay, and we have Gemini. You can't make this up, you guys. You saw me do everything live, no cuts, no nothing. Gemini, that's your air sign that's coming in. August 16th, that's when your Gemini is coming in. And here with the ship's wheel, they know what direction they're going in. That's why we've got the ship's wheel right where they are, and that's why we received this confirmation. So we have absolute clarity over this person. What's happening up until then? That's what I want to know. Let's get a little bit of romantic insight. I do have a 2025 love prediction on my channel, so make sure you check that out if you want a reading that's only about love. But I just want to see what else is coming in love. If you're in a relationship, I just want you to know that this represents someone who's still trying to come in. They're still interested. Like, they don't know you're in a relationship, so they're going to try. The Two of Swords shows me here that up until then, it's like you are unsure exactly what it is that you want, because in a sense you want to give people chances, and then when they behave in a way that is not in alignment with a partner that you desire, it's kind of hard for you to cut them off. But you're getting there, you're getting there. You're sharpening your blades, you're sharpening yourself, and the Chariot shows that you will have a lot of encounters until August that happen quickly, that are a little fleeting. It's not a bad thing. It just shows that When you can innately feel that you can do better, you're learning to move on quickly. You're learning to get in and get out. And let me tell you, 8 months goes by very quickly, and it's a very short time frame when you consider that you might be with someone for decades, that you're going to meet in August, on the 16th of August, this Gemini. And I want you to just understand here that patience and trust in your intuition is key. If you're in a committed relationship, the Two of Swords in the Chariot shows us that there's a lot of indecisiveness in your committed relationship about how to move forward. And you and your partner have two different ideas of timing. Timing for your family structure, if you're talking about kids, adopting pets, and moving, these are some pain points, and also different jobs. That's what I see here. It's like having two different opinions. It's a little hard to navigate, and you guys have to make a decision. Where the Princess of Cups shows us the type of energy that Spirit wants you to remember. And I know when life has put you through the fire, it's no surprise that you go cold. Group number 3. However, warm yourself up a little. The Princess of Cups is the princess of emotions, as the Suit of Cups corresponds to the element of water. And this is all about returning back to that childlike sense of wonderment, to that a little bit like innocent maiden energy. A maiden is an unmarried woman. This energy of like innocence, of being fun, being playful. I know, life has put responsibilities on you, and you want to be respected, and you still will be. But remember that in relationships, when you lose touch with that side of yourself that was a little giddy, a little fun, a little lovey-dovey that existed so strongly at the beginning, it can take a toll on the relationship. And it can feel for the other person like they just want to see that side again. It's not about questioning your capabilities. It's not about questioning whether you have become this person who isn't respectable or is more respectable. It's just about having fun. It's not that serious. I see here within the Four of Cups that to you, you have gone through so much pain and solitude and heartbreak from friends who have betrayed you in the past, that showing kindness can sometimes feel like you're showing weakness, where letting someone off the hook, so many times it's like you have told someone what your boundary is and you keep it there, you're hard on them. And then the moment you soften up a little bit, bam, they betray you way worse than they did when you first put the boundaries in place, and you think to yourself, this was actually my mistake, I should have known better. And then you're so hard on yourself. And the thing is, like, you're just a decent human being, group number 3. Like, can you stop? It actually says so much about you that at some point you're like, you know what, this person has reformed, this person has changed, this person is able to kind of redeem themselves, And it's beautiful that you have that in you. And I don't want for the world to make you lose that altogether and completely. Because some people really do deserve forgiveness. And I know forgiveness can feel expensive, but remember that sometimes it is really an amazing way for you to strengthen a connection when someone truly deserves it. So seldom, but don't completely forget that you've got that within you. The stem, by definition, the main stalk of a plant that bears buds and shoots, a secondary stalk of a plant bearing a leaf, bud, or flower, the major line of descent in a family tree. Now, you're going to find out something about your family tree and your heritage that you didn't know. And that's also why we've got the dinosaur here. You're going way back in history and you're finding a way to do it. Genealogy test. You guys, I one time did a sponsorship with MyHeritage, and that was quite interesting. So I see something like that here in STEM. I do also want you to know that another thing we've got here within STEM, actually, if I don't forget, I'll even try to find the MyHeritage link. Maybe I still have it somewhere and you can get a discount. But what I also want you to know here is just asking parents, grandparents is a great way to get to the bottom of things. By definition, spare means to give up or be able to contribute something from one's resources, especially without inconvenience, to withhold or avoid something. So, spare people. Remember how we spoke about forgiveness, right? And that is another way how you can spare someone, like spare them more pain, spare them having to go through the fire a little. And the thing here with spare is that sometimes also just sparing yourself, right? I do want you to know that there will be some information you're finding out about your past and your family's past where you're going to ask yourself, do you want to share this with other people in your family? Because you'll be the only one to know. And I don't want you to feel the pressure like you have to share with everyone. You may want to also just spare some people who you know are going to be sensitive and won't really understand the truths as much. So we've got R and D. And then we've got P, we've got I, and Y. So we've got drip and Y, but another thing that we also have is RIP. So some information is going to be dripped towards you about someone who is already long gone. Okay, so it could be a great grandparent, someone who is in your family, and it's going to be you finally receiving the truth, finally receiving information that you had no idea about. And then we also have Y and O. With Y and O, we obviously have the expression yo, but another thing that I am just also getting here is that Y and O are letters within the names of the person involved or the town that they lived in. And the Chariot tells me that the story is going to completely change your outlook on your family's history and on the people within your family. And the information you're going to get, it's going to feel like it's being dripped too slowly. You want things to happen quickly. You want to know where you truly stem from. You want to know your true heritage, your true history. And I do also want you to understand that it's totally right for you to only share a little bit of this information with those who don't know, because you never know how someone's going to react or take things. You're a strong person, but not everyone is, group number 3. And you're very considerate for actually thinking about that before oversharing. Now, group number 3, we're going to delve more deeply into your reading. Wait, Spirit, I'm getting something else. I'm getting that we need to add one more before we clear and cleanse the space. One more tarot card. Oh, the High Priestess. The High Priestess corresponds to number 2. The High Priestess is a correspondent major arcana card that is all about the feminine, cycles, self-reflection. So this is about a great grandmother. Okay, this is about the females in your lineage, in the part of your heritage. So I'll just put the High Priestess over here. So this is definitely about a woman within your lineage who made some big decisions that caused your family to be in the state that it's in today at the time of you receiving this reading. You're going to be talking about her and how, in a way, she was like a master chess player. She was a master at the game of protecting her children, protecting herself, and being just this strong, badass queen that survived regardless of what life threw at her. That's what I'm getting here within the High Priestess, group number 3. So we're going to clear and cleanse the space, and then we'll move even more deeply into your reading, group number 3. You don't have to do a thing. You don't have to lift a finger. I'll be right back, and we'll delve into even more detail about your 2025 prediction. Welcome back, group number 3. So let's delve even more deeply into this, shall we? Let's see what's going on in your life in 2025. So what month do we need to discuss right now, Spirit? Let me know. we've got May. In May, something is happening that you need to know, that you need to be able to note and prepare for. Let's see what that is. All right, we've got heaven and earth. Now, group number 3, have people told you before that you just have this very trustworthy personality? Like, people talk to you and they tell you very personal stuff, and they're like, I don't usually share this much, but I just feel comfortable with you. I see that in May, you are someone's heaven on earth. Someone is crushing on you like crazy, and they're like, I have to be with you. I don't want to miss out on the opportunity to be in a relationship with you. I love you. I'm obsessed with you. I want to be with you. And you know how it goes, group number 3, often we don't want the people who want us. We always want what we can't have. But, however, let's not jinx it, group number 3. Let's just get a little more info and insight about this heaven and earth situation. We've got the bull. Do not back down from opposition. Show strength and fortitude. So this is a stubborn person. I'm getting obviously Taurus energy. Their birthday is in May too. And they're going to try to show you that they are serious about you. You've got options in the year 2025. That is clear. Group number 3. And what you choose to do with this connection is up to you, but expect to receive a gift, expect to receive flowers, expect to receive something unexpected, but in the earthly realm, that will make your day just a little sweeter, a little nicer, and that you will remember in a positive sense. Now, next up, we've got October. October must be discussed because in October, we've got a union. So we've got a solidification of a relationship in your life in October that Spirit wants you to know about. That solidification of that relationship is important because it will impact your life from there on out. And the union shows us here the merging of 2 different forces, of 2 camps, 2 people, 2 different individuals. And I see here within the leg, you're stepping into a new experience. So it's a completely new way of doing life for you from there on out. If you are already in a relationship, this is the forming of a business union. This is the forming of a new connection, a new relationship with someone with which you will step into a completely new experience because, as already mentioned, you haven't had this before. This is completely new in the sense of life will feel different with this connection now in your life, with the security that you have of someone else by your side who also has some expertise, who also has things to offer that are of value, and you're not doing things all by yourself anymore. You're not doing things in a way how you feel as though you are always the only one having to put up with issues, with challenges, dealing with things, making sure everything works out okay. You are finally in a spot where you feel like you have a teammate and it's not just all on you all the time. And I love this for you. I love this for you because it just shows us here that you are in a position where you're not afraid to step into a new experience. You are not afraid to make this new connection. You're not afraid to be in a position where, yeah, you know what? You're forming this union. You are with this person and you're not afraid to be vulnerable in business or romantically speaking as well, which is beautiful to see because for the longest time, yeah, you were worried. For the longest time, yeah, you did want to just protect your heart, basically. So one thing that I want you to also be very much aware of is that this union is meant to last. This union is meant to be something that doesn't just like show up one day and then go by the next. This is meant to last for quite some time past the year 2025. Let's move a little bit more deeply into this. I'm just getting these messages coming through like crazy. Group number 3. It's really quite wild, if you will. All right, so we've got envy. For some reason, 2025 will breed a lot of envy. It will create a lot of this feeling of someone being kind of envious or jealous. Someone feeling as though they wish that they had what you've got, and they wish that somehow they could be associated with you more. They wish as though they could have what you have and that you were closer to them. So it's really just envy from a place of actually love. You know, when they say love and hate is really closely linked and your biggest haters actually love you the most, they're like obsessed with you. That's one thing that I'm getting here within envy for you. And let's figure out precisely what sign this is. All right, we've got Scorpio who has strong emotional ties and attachment towards you. That's one thing that I can see here within envy for you. And then we also have yin and yang. So yin and yang shows us with the master number 22, we have this like masculine, feminine kind of mixture of energy. We have this mixture of energy about having a little bit of both. And because you have that perfect mixture of masculine and feminine energy, you are extremely attractive because you know when to use which one. And again, this causes envy. This causes people to think to themselves, I wish I knew how to maneuver that way. I wish that I knew how to work with the masculine and the feminine in a way that is so seductive, that is so, I don't want to say slick, but very talented, very well thought out. And it took you years to learn it. It took you a while to get there, but you managed, and now you have this mixture created where you know when to pipe it up, when to tone it down. And depending on who you're dealing with, if you're dealing with someone, a very masculine man, for example, you'll add a little bit more femininity because you know that that strikes balance. They like the polarity. If you're dealing with someone who is a little bit more in the middle, a little bit less polarizing, you give a less polarizing kind of energy. You're not too much on the masculine or the feminine side. If you're dealing with another woman or a man who has a lot of feminine energy, you bring a little bit more masculinity. And the thing here within the broken heart is that I can see that people, they want the view, but they don't want the climb. That's what breaks your heart here with this envy scenario, because you're like, why? What are you envious of? All the times I woke up early and I put in the late hours and I actually deserve this at this point. What are you envious of? All the times we could have been close, but you chose to be just like an envious person. And then I see here within anxiety that literally you don't like having these types of envious people around you. It just causes you anxiety. And we have very interesting number sequences here, group number 3. And I hope that you love these very honest readings and that we look into the good, the bad, the in-between, everything. Now, here we have envy, which is the number 20, and then yin and yang is the number 22. So we have the number 2 showing up 3 times, so 2, 2, 2. And then we have 9 and 18, which 9 is obviously precisely half of 18. And I want you to know here that, again, we've got the number 2 because 18 divided by 2 gives us 9. So partnerships are very important to you. And partnerships being the area of your life where you're cleaning up means that there will be some people who are envious of no longer having access to you. That gives them anxiety. It causes them to have a broken heart because they can see you can do better. And angel number 222 is the number of partnership. It's the number of working together. It's the number of having a connection with someone that is pure, having a connection with someone that you can tell you both respect one another. That's what I see here within the broken heart and yin and yang anxiety and envy. And so those who don't have access to you anymore, it will be too little too late, just like that JoJo song. And that's fine. They shall do their thing and you shall do yours, group number 3. So I'm going to clear and cleanse the space. We'll move into the next part of your reading. A spirit is telling me we've spoken about this, we know these messages, and now it's time to move on. So group number 3, hold on tight and I'll be right back. Welcome back, group number 3. So let's delve even more deeply into your a reading, well, Spirit already has two messages prepared for us, which is the Benevolent Guide as well as the Red and White Rose. So let's delve straight into it after we've put our foliage back here. All right, we're all set up. Group number 3, let's start off with the Benevolent Guide. So within the Benevolent Guide, we have this honeybee. And honeybees typically represent hard work, they represent dedication, and they also represent loyalty to the hive, doing whatever it takes in order for the hive to thrive. And 2025 is exactly that. It is a year of not only working hard, but also sweet results awaiting in 2025. And I see here within the red and white rose that actually you're really protective over your time in 2025 and over your heart. The red and white rose is symbolic of transformation in love, and the white rose represents your innocence, it represents your fragility, it represents your softness. And then the red snake coiled all around it, not only does the snake represent transformation and rebirth due to shedding its skin, but it does also represent a certain amount of like venom, a certain amount of protection around this innocence that is this white rose that also has this golden center, this golden pearl at the center, which is something that's invaluable. You can't put a price tag on it. And you're protecting that part of yourself in friendships, in business relationships, in romantic relationships, from anyone who doesn't understand the value of it, because there's no point in trying to teach someone. People don't value it when you give them more of what they already don't appreciate. So when you see that someone does not value, for example, loyalty, does not value your purity, and doesn't see it as what it is, which is truly a beautiful gift that they would be extremely lucky to even get anywhere close to. If they don't get that, if they don't value that, they're out. Group number 3. And especially also with close friendships and business partnerships, there are people who don't realize loyalty if it was tattooed on your forehead. And those are not the kind of people that you want to deal with, because what they don't recognize, they also can't give because they don't know what it is, right? And with calcification, the entire world has taught you lessons where in some areas of your life you are calcified, which means kind of hardened, if you will. And in some areas of your life where the calcification is not part of your agenda, there you have become extremely soft and giving and nurturing. So as an auntie, as someone who is a motherly figure, the mom friend of the group, the unpaid therapist of the group, you are extremely warm-hearted. With closest friends, family, also pets, kids, yeah, there the calcification has not taken place. Quite the opposite. You try to nurture and spend as much time with these individuals as you can in your life. But when it comes to business, when it comes to work, life has taught you lessons on never showing any weakness, because unfortunately, it is human nature to take advantage of that which seems weak. And even the kindest person tends to do that, not even on purpose, but just automatically, just through human nature. And I see here within the glass that a huge aspect of you in 2025 is going to be seeing things very clearly. It's like you cleaned the glass with Windex. It's like you cleaned the glass with the best window cleaner out there. You polished it. You made sure that it never gets dirty again. Because why would you ever put this veil over yourself again, where you feel as though you're allowing for others to step over your kindness and over this innocence, when you can in fact just protect it and make sure that only those who truly deserve it are even allowed to come anywhere close to it. And that's how it should have always been, but it's a lesson that we learn with time, group number 3. And again, it's more of a reflection of who you are, and it says a lot about you. Then we have the uncreated. I see you going back to your roots, okay, going back to natural. If you have, for example, been dyeing your hair, if you have been wearing a lot of makeup, or you've been wearing clothes that kind of hide who you truly are. And it's not to knock any of these things. Even if you've been getting like non-surgical procedures or surgical procedures that change and alter your physical appearance, it's not a bad thing, but I see you going back to more natural, back to your roots, back to embracing more of who you are in your childhood photos. You know what I mean, group number 3? And it's not even that you've come to this like huge kind of climax aha moment of enlightenment that, oh my God, you've been hiding yourself, you haven't been doing you. No, it's just a phase of more of a natural you in 2025. It's just a phase of you embracing aging more, you maturing, not feeling the need to fit in so much. It's just a very, very natural progression of the inner strength that you have developed. Ooh. And then we also have the acceptance card. Can you believe acceptance literally threw itself right side up? If you saw me shuffling, that you can't make this up. It's like spirit is in this studio every single time I am doing divination. Every single time I am working with the cards and I'm asking for answers. Acceptance, literally letting go, non-resistance. You can let go now, surrender to what is. It's complete acceptance of yourself. Spirit reiterated that by making sure this card flung right into your reading, making sure this card was part of your prediction immediately, right now, not at any other point, but it had to be added into your prediction at this very moment to tell you, this is the reason. It's acceptance. It's nothing else. And to reiterate that. You guys, I love how this is shaping up, and within the mirror, you're doing a lot of self-reflection. And here it says, did you forget all you had to go through to be you? You're reflecting so much on how much you've put your body through, how much you've put your soul through. And even if you've struggled with, for example, depression, bipolar, EDs, you put your body and your mind through a lot, and you're reflecting on, now I want to be kind to it. Now I want to take care of my soul, of my inner landscape. I don't want to continue to put myself through all of that. For what? For who? Why? I deserve better. And I definitely see here this self-acceptance of your features as well, and seeing the beauty in your features, seeing your ancestors in your features, your mom, your father in your features, and wanting to embrace that from a place of, this is my lineage, this is my past, this is what all of them had to go through for me to be able to live life in this very fortunate, privileged way. And I'm not going to let them be forgotten by just molding myself to be like everyone else on social media, everyone else on TV, everyone else on any kind of public platform. I will be unique, I will be myself, because the world needs that. We've got the angel of balance, which is the angel that reminds you that we have so many carbon copies of people right now, that the balance and those who stand out positively are the ones who never assimilated too closely to what media is encouraging. Because when you stay unique and you stay true to yourself, you have a type of confidence and a type of resilience and a type of inner strength that can't be replicated or duplicated. And that is the foundation of a happy family. I see that your work on yourself, that is what holds the foundation of what is going to be your happy family. The number 4 is the number of stability. And I want you to know we've got a lot of 4s here, all right? We have the number 4 in happy family, we have 42 in acceptance, and we have 48 in the angel of balance. The only card that we don't have a 4 in here would be the mirror. So I want you to understand here within happy family that you are the basis, you are the building block, you are the foundation, and your future family, your future expansion of your family is going to thank you for all of this inner work that you've done. Also, your current family is already so thankful for you breaking a lot of generational traumas and curses for them, so that they don't have to go through that the way you did, group number 3. And that's something to be proud of. And I want you to understand that a lot of trauma has ended with you. And you should really give yourself credit for that. And you should know that you're far more understanding, you're far more forward thinking than anyone in your lineage has ever been. And it just shows that the emotional intelligence you have developed through trauma is insane. And that's something to be celebrated. And that's something that shows who you are from the inside out. And that beauty from the inside out radiates so profoundly on the outside that you don't feel the need to do anything to your outer appearance the way you used to. You don't feel the need to punish your body, to alter yourself, to try to fit in, because you understand that you have a type of beauty money can't buy. You have a type of beauty that a scalpel can't create. So group number 3, you ought to be so proud of yourself. You ought to give yourself huge pats on the back, because I see so much profound transformation within you that is just, whenever you enter a room, heads turn, people can immediately feel the energy that you radiate. And that's something that can never be duplicated. But anyways, group number 3, let's move more deeply into your 2025 prediction, shall we? And figure out precisely what else is coming towards you. Okay, we have the Knight of Cups. I want you to know here in the Knight of Cups that Spirit is trying to tell you something about a water sign that's coming in during 2025. So Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. And this Knight of Cups person is someone who you're going to love seeing coming into your life. Oh, let's see why. Because we had the 5 of Pentacles in reverse, because what they're actually going to do is they're going to help you make more money. They're going to help you do better professionally. So the Knight of Cups here is someone who is supporting you in your career. Perhaps even a boss that you're dealing with that is giving you a long-awaited promotion that is super overdue. Someone that you're working with on your own business who has a lot of experience and who is able to give you some insights that you otherwise wouldn't have had. So I definitely want you to know here in the 5 of Pentacles reversed and the Knight of Cups that this has something to do with your finances, your professional life, and just overall the earthly standpoint of your existence. Moving more deeply into it, we've got the 10 of Cups reverse. Yeah, this is not a romantic thing. This is not someone that you're going to get too close with on a private and personal level. The 10 of Cups in reverse, it's still a very positive sign. It shows that this is a great connection, a great relationship, and it's serving its purpose, but it's not one where you want to be too friendly or too close. You know, like for example, when you've got neighbors and it's like, you have to find this fine line between being a good neighbor and having a good relationship with them, and also asking yourself, do you want to get very close with them? Because when they go on vacation and you have to feed their cat Gizmo for 2 weeks, and you have to make sure Gizmo stays alive, otherwise they're going to hate you forever. That kind of responsibility that then builds, yeah, you got to really ask yourself whether you want that or not. And I definitely see here a strong bond, but there's still some distance. And the distance is not a bad thing. It's actually a distance that just shows overall a kind of mutual respect and understanding that this is a professional relationship. This is a relationship where no one wants to cross those lines because the relationship serves its purpose in this way. And then next up, we have got the Devil. So not to say that there's no temptation, all right? The Knight of Cups is definitely a very attractive person. It's definitely someone that you look at and you're like, wouldn't mind me a little piece of that. Wouldn't mind me getting to know this person a little bit more intimately, a little bit more privately, but everyone is keeping professional. Even though you have some thoughts about one another that could be a little naughty, that are thoughts of thinking, well, you're both actually a very good catch and you both would fit together in that sense, but also understanding it's just not worth it because you work together so well professionally and you help each other professionally so profoundly that there's no point messing that up in hopes of trying to establish some sort of romantic connection that is probably not a good idea anyways, as you are both not completely single at the time of them coming in. And I want to see precisely what month that we've got our Knight of Cups situation All right, we've got June. They're coming in June. None of you are completely single. None of you are free in that way. And I want you to just know it would be messy. And you both get that, and you both respect each other enough to not put one another in that kind of mess. So group number 3, I'm being called to clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back for us to move even more deeply into your 2025 prediction. So just hold on tight, and I will be right back with you. Welcome back, my gorgeous soul of group number 3. Let's delve a little more deeply into your 2025 prediction, shall we? So I want to figure out what else Spirit has in store for you that you need to know about. So we have the Page of Pills reversed. The Page of Pills reversed shows me that the version of you who was afraid to take risks professionally is leaving. And because you're not afraid to take risks professionally, therefore you're going to take different action than you usually would, more fearless action, and you can expect a very different result in your professional life than you have had all of these years, group number 3. And this is a good thing, because where we create what we desire is within the realm of the unknown. Because when you repeat the same actions over and over again, that creates your predictable reality, right? And a very predictable outcome of your future. But when you start to be fearless, as the Page of Pills states, and you start to do things differently, you start to do things that you've never done before, you start to create a present, you start to create results that you've never had before. And I see here in the Queen of Cigarettes that once you get used to getting comfortable, being uncomfortable, and getting comfortable in the unknown, it's like you become this very cool alter ego version of yourself. That's what I see in the Queen of Cigarettes. It's like you're no longer the old version of you. You're the one with the shades, with this like headscarf, with the cigarette, with just this very cool aura and vibe that is unshakable and that no one can really take out of their energy. And it makes for a stronger, more resilient you, and also a very 0 F's given kind of you. That's what I'm getting here in the Queen of Cigarettes. Furthermore, what I am also getting for you is this sense of autonomy, of not letting people tell you how to live your life, especially people who don't have the results that you want. And the thing is, everyone has an opinion, but that doesn't mean that you're going to listen to what they're telling you to do. As we have here in the Queen of Knives, you are the kind of person who is very well thought out. You are a very self-reflective kind of individual. You don't take things just at face value anymore. You want proof. You want receipts. You want clarity of the fact that something has validity before you believe it, before you invest your time and energy or even your money into it. The Queen of Knives, as we have here with this knife, like in the Queen of Knives head, the knife represents logic, it represents intellect, it represents this kind of cleverness, if you will. And that's something that you've got. You've got, for one, the drive, the confidence in the Queen of Cigarettes, and in the Queen of Knives, we have the logic and the cleverness. The Page of Pills reverse shows doubts about your capabilities in the earthly realm going away. Now, twice having Queen energy, it shows this divine feminine energy of the Queen who is unafraid to lead. And another thing I'm getting here is pushing yourself physically. So if your goal has always been to run 5K, a half marathon, a full marathon, an ultra marathon, if you've always thought, oh, would be nice to do one of these things one day, 2025 is a year where it's no more, oh, would be nice, where it's like, oh, I'm pushing myself to do it. Oh, let's actually see how much we can push ourselves and our body and what we can make a reality, what we can make happen. It's just going to come to this moment, and I'm going to figure out precisely when that is, when these physical challenges are no more something you are afraid of, but it actually excites you. And it's not painful anymore, it's something you want to do. Like, you want to go for that walk, you want to go to the gym, you want to stay physically healthy. And that's where we have the month of May that inspires you to live this healthy lifestyle, that inspires you to live this lifestyle of just seeing how far you can take things physically, because you'll never be as young as you are right now again. You'll never have the same kind of ability to do all of the things that you've wanted to do as you have now. And you're thinking to yourself, why not now? We have another queen. There are exactly 4 queens in the 78 card deck. Of each suit, there's 1 queen. There's the Queen of Bottles, the Queen of Knives, the Queen of Cigarettes, and then there is also the Queen of Pills. The Queen of Bottles corresponds to the element of water. The Queen of Knives corresponds to the element of air. The Queen of Cigarettes corresponds to the element of wands. In the traditional tarot, the element of fire. In the traditional tarot, cigarettes are wands, knives are swords, bottles are cups or chalices. And having these 3 queens out of 4 show up out of 78 cards, the odds are very slim. The message is extremely clear. Queen energy. The Queen of Bottles shows complete emotional control. Nobody who is in control of your feelings, nobody who has that power over you, who wields the power to send you a text and your entire body goes into fight or flight mode, to make you feel a way that you don't want to feel. The Queen of Bottles is all about you being in complete control over your emotions, and it's not that you've grown cold, it's that you have learned you cannot give another human being the power over your emotional regulation, over your feelings, over whether you have a good day or a bad day, depending on whether they will act accordingly, whether they'll send you that text or not, whether they'll be kind to you or not, whether you're single or in a relationship. This is what you're doing. You're completely extracting your happiness from being attached to any kind of external circumstance, and you are becoming completely sovereign, completely autonomous, not needing anyone else to help you to regulate. And that makes you extremely powerful. The Queen is extremely powerful, yet also very loved, because the Queen still has the divine feminine energy, the softness, that receptivity of being able to receive people's feelings, emotions, listen to others, and give others advice as well. I see that so many people are coming to you for advice, especially the more that they see you stepping into your queendom, your queen energy. And the Queen also has this matriarch, motherly type of energy of authority, where you still feel safe and you still feel cared for, even though she has a very no BS approach to life. And then we've also got the Empress. I mean, can we get any more divine energy types of cards within your reading? We can't. Literally, you can't make this up. Group number 3. The Empress represents fertility. It represents also the divine feminine energies. It represents mom energy again, like growth as well, love, values, creativity. It is ruled by the astrological correspondence of Venus, which is the planet of beauty, and it also means that people see you as highly attractive because of your feminine energy, due to how you express your femininity specifically. This also corresponds to the number 3, the Empress card, which numerologically speaking, it is a number of collaboration. It is a number of dealing with other people and doing so in an inspiring way. Everyone who comes in contact with you wants to meet you again. And the Empress is also a card that can foreshadow mom vibes, all right? A birth, a pregnancy, and you having the kind of mom aura, the caring energy. And if you have very close young family members that you take care of sometimes, that can also be a reason why the Empress shows up, even if kids are not part of your reality yet. Well, I mean your own kids. All right, just being in proximity to them can create the energy around you that gives this mom Empress kind of vibe already ahead of time. The 9 of Cups is the wish card. It's one of the most favorable cards in the tarot. It's a card of manifestation. It's a card of whatever you desire becoming a reality. And with all of this Queen energy, which is the receiving energy, I want you to know 2025 is the year in which you are receiving. And I want you to get comfortable accepting. I want you to get comfortable saying okay to things. So if someone wants to give you something for free, if someone wants to offer you something, whether it be a coffee, whether it be to help you out at work, whether it be to take care of your pets as you go away for a weekend, whether it be to help you out with something with your car, hanging up a picture, building a piece of furniture, moving something heavy, just accept. It doesn't make you weak. It doesn't mean that you can't do it. We all know that you can do it. We all know you're independent, but it's about being smart, like the Queen of Knives, Queen of Cigarettes, Queen of Bottles. If someone is offering, they want to do it for you. Why not just accept and spare yourself the energy, the back pain, the time? And also, it's like you're doing them a favor. When someone wants to do something for you, think about it. When you want to gift someone something, you really want to gift someone this thing you picked out specifically for them. You thought about them, it's your love language. You saw this thing, you thought about them because you knew they would love it, you bought it for them, and now you're so excited about their reaction when you give it to them. Now, imagine if that person is adamant on not accepting your gift. How is that going to make you feel? Obviously, it's going to make you feel bad. It's going to make you feel disappointed because you got this specifically for them. You wanted to make them happy with it. You wanted to give it to them. You wanted to. That's the key word. And the thing is, you are learning that actually it's like giving them a gift. You've never had this energy and this mindset because you've always been more of a humble person who's like, oh no, I don't want too much. I don't want to inconvenience people. I don't want to accept anything. And now you're realizing actually it's almost like you're giving them a gift. That's queen energy. That's realizing if someone wants to do something, let them. I see here within the rooster that what we have here is an arrogant kind of person that spirit wants you to stay away from. I'm getting that here for what we've got going on in the Nine of Cups, that because your manifestations are becoming real and you're being offered so many free things. Like just the other day, I was walking to my car, I crossed paths with this person and they started talking to me. Like they turned around when we crossed paths, we looked at each other briefly, and then they came back as I was walking to my car. This was in a parking lot, and they were like, hey, you have such a beautiful, amazing, mesmerizing aura. I had to talk to you. Your style is really amazing. This was a man, yeah? And we started talking a little bit, and he spoke our soul language of energies, of frequencies, of also the ability to receive and femininity and masculinity. And he was actually a physical therapist, and he literally gave me like this coupon for a free massage at one of his practices. And that's what I mean, the energy of receiving. I accepted it. I thanked him. I accepted it. Whether I'll go or not, that's up for me to decide. That's a different story. But it is about the energy of accepting. He wanted to give me that thing. If not, he wouldn't have done it. And imagine if I would have said no. That would not have felt as good as me just saying, wow, thank you for your generous, kind offering. Thank you so much. What do you think feels better for everyone involved once you learn to receive, right? And I just want you to get into this energy of understanding that every moment was created for you. Every moment was created for you to have the ability to accept and to receive in 2025. The cups is also a card of receiving. The chalices, as you can see, cups are containers to hold things in. So this is all about you learning to receive, learning to be cool with that. And then we have the dolphin. You know what comes as a result? Financial gain, usually coming from something you did in the past. And that's what we've got in 2025. The seeds that you planted, they're finally going to sprout, and you're going to see some of the fruit of your labor. And I want to remind you that the way you're living right now, it is the result of seeds that you planted 6 months ago and 12 months ago. And you're going into grind mode at the start of 2025. And before you know it, a lot that you have planted is going to sprout. And I see here that in October, there will be some significant changes to your life that are going to remind you of the power of your mind, the power of doing things differently right now, and how the delayed gratification is worth all of the pain of the discomfort in the present. And once you start to reap the rewards and you reap the benefits, it's almost like you become addicted. You become even addicted to discomfort in the moment, because you know that the rewards and the benefits that you will reap later down the line are going to be so mystical and magical, and you don't want to miss out on those. So let's see precisely what message we have about October. Group number 3. We've got the Magician and the Mirror. So literally, you're going to look in the mirror in October and you're going to be like, I freaking did this. Like, this was all you. You're going to look in the mirror in your new house, in your new apartment, with your new furniture, your new look, your new body, your new face, and you're going to be like, holy cow, I believed that I could achieve it. I did not doubt. I had faith in the unseen, and look where we are now. And remember where we were when we were at the start of 2025, and we weren't quite sure if this would be the year that we make it and that we would think, oh my God, I finally did it. But because I continue to persevere, look at me. Look at the magician I am. And then we have the woman holding a coin, which shows significant financial gain. We also have this black cat, and this is a symbol of independence. So we have financial independence. She's wearing a lot of black and purple. Purple is a regal color. It's a color of royals. It's a color of royalty. And her holding this coin with her black cat, which shows she's independent, and in a way she also has this magician energy, this empress energy of receiving, activating her receiving energy and getting money just flooding in, and that being the norm, that being the case because she knows exactly what she wants and she knows how to get it, and she doesn't feel as though accepting makes her weak or is a confession that she couldn't do it herself. She just knows how to play the game. And why should you play fair in an unfair world, in a place that is rigged? Why should you insist on doing everything by yourself when everyone uses other people to move forward? Everyone uses other people in business in order to create a business. And that's not a bad thing. If you, for example, offer web design and you create websites or you create content, you're doing your job and you want to get paid for your job, and someone else can make use of that, just as you can make use of someone else's services. And just learning the formulas of manifesting wealth, of manifesting money, is one thing that I see here in the woman holding a coin and the Empress that will make you a master manifester and receiver. Perhaps you've even joined Psychic CEO, which is my platform, my membership. I work on it day in, day out, all day, all night, and I have all of my manifestation formulas in there because before I even started with digital products, I had a brick and mortar business. I have published my own decks. I sold my physical crystals and jewelry and so on. I did the warehouse. I did everything that was basically offline that gave me the experience to now teach these manifestation formulas because I started from zero. I had no investment. I had no idea what I was doing. But what I did have was a belief. I had faith. And what I also did have is the manifestation formulas that I teach you. Things like your self-concept pyramid, things like the 3-6-9 manifestation method, things like your self-agency concepts that I also developed and came up with myself that I now teach you. By the way, the link to that is below in the description box. And I always find it so funny when people say, yeah, that's all great and it's amazing you created something where my dreams can come true, because I'm like, just follow the formula, just follow what's in there, be in the community, show up to the lives every single week. You will have everything that you want unfailingly. You just have to do it. But the thing is, like, not everyone wants to get out of their situation. Not everyone wants to break free. And when people say, yeah, I can't afford to invest in that, you're going to pay either way. You're either going to pay in time by continuing to be in the situation that you're in, dragging it along for even longer, or you're simply going to pay the price to acquire the knowledge and the tools to get yourself out of that situation. And literally, I provide the knowledge and the tools at the best deal ever, because if I just think about, I go to therapy and it's like $250 here in Zurich for 1 hour with a regular therapist. It's not a special therapist, it's not a special office, nothing. And I used to not want to invest that much money into going into therapy because I thought it's like a waste, it's so much money just to talk for an hour. And then when I started to learn to invest in myself, that's when I actually started also investing in growing financially, because I showed the universe and myself, gifting myself with this service for my mental health, which makes me a better person, which in turn also makes me a better creator, a better tarot reader, a better coach, a better mentor. And the thing is, the whole point of Psychic CEO, which is my membership, is that you make tenfold, 100-fold what you invest, because I show you exactly how to start your own business as well, your own online business, your own passive income streams, how you can sell digital and physical products on any platform, how you can create your own decks from scratch, just like I have, and self-publish them and make money off of them. The manifestation formulas to keep you on track when things get hard and you're wondering if you're going to make it out the other side. The whole point of this is that you invest a little bit and you get that return. The whole point is not that you feel as though you invested it and there's no return. No, the point is that you get the return 100-fold. That's with everything that I do. Everything that you come in contact with that I have created, whether it's one of my decks, whether it's my videos here on YouTube, my 700 plus videos, my second channel, whether it's absolutely anything, my online courses, my social media, I want you to always feel better after you have read one of my texts, watched one of my videos, than beforehand, and have that self-belief that anything that you want, you can accomplish. And I do that in so many different forms, but Psychic CEO is definitely the most powerful, and it is just a community of like-minded individuals. Being in that energy will have significant changes happen for you. So the link is below in the description box. I am probably going to close the membership at some point, so make sure that you get in before it's too late, and all of the details can be found in the description box. So the King of Rings, it shows me that 2025 is giving you this energy of defiance towards everything that kept you stagnant financially. So yeah, you're getting into this energy of, there are literally guys out here who invest hundreds of thousands in coaches, in mentorship, right? And they feel like they're worth that. They feel like they're worthy of that investment. So the King of Rings shows that you are looking at investing in yourself at a high level of self-love and self-care, and you are investing in yourself as much as you can. You're taking it to the edge and you're seeing huge returns on it. And that is an area of life where you're no longer going to kind of cheap out, even when it comes to things such as getting your hair done, such as getting massages, such as having supplements that you need, getting the best ones that you can, getting high quality running shoes so you can actually run, you can actually exercise. I want you to know here that it will be the best investment you ever make, because it's something no one can ever take when you invest in yourself. And it has the highest return on investment, because when you become better, everything around you becomes better. You are your biggest, most valuable asset. Think about it. If you are unable to move, to talk, to walk, to do work, there is no way for you to make money. There is no way for you to sustain life. So to a degree, every time you neglect yourself, you are actually costing yourself a lot of money. The opportunity cost of operating at your highest level is something that you're giving up. So the more you invest in yourself, you feeling good, that means you can take more inspired action, which means you can do more in your professional life as well. Create more wealth, create more abundance, create more freedom, create more divine flow, and have more experiences with your loved ones, because you've invested in yourself and you take decisions that create the kind of future for yourself where you don't have to worry about every little bill, about every little business hiccup. And the Dawn of Wands shows that this is a very new way of living because you were taught to be kind of cheap with yourself, frugal with yourself. It's not something that you're used to. So living in this new reality, the Dawn of Wands tells me that it's new, but it's exciting. It's different, but you can feel like it's about time that you live in this way. And it's about time that you see how valuable it is to treat yourself like you're royal, to treat yourself like you matter. The Spirit of Swords shows us that this is a path where mentally the shifts at the beginning, they're very small. Day in and day out that you invest in yourself, you do things for yourself, you won't notice the changes immediately because it will just be this tiny incremental little changes that are happening over a course of weeks and months. But after a couple months, just imagine a couple months and you always get just 2% better every single day. After 3 months, let's say almost 100 days, and you got 2% better every single day. 100 times 2, that's 200%. And if we kind of calculate that with the accumulative percentage that you're getting better, it's an insane amount of growth. It's an insane amount of change. When you just ask yourself, how can I just be 2% better than I was yesterday today? How can I just do a little bit better? And I see here in the King of Wands, so first we had all of this Queen energy, now we're getting all of this King energy, right? So I'm seeing that you are then, once you've learned to receive, then you step into the masculine role of doing, of demanding, of growing, and of expanding. So once you've learned to receive, you've learned to deal with the money and the financial gain that you have accumulated towards the month of May, towards more of the first part of 2025, then after that, you start to develop more audacity to demand more deals, to demand more gain, to demand just financially more of every situation. And you're going into it with a lot of confidence because you see other people who have audacity and no skill and they just ask for what they want and they get it. And you're realizing, like, nice girls ask for nothing and they get it. Successful girls ask for everything and they get it. Who do you want to be? Now, of course, swap out girls for people, women, men, whatever it is that is resonating with who you identify as. But you're realizing you just simply need to ask for what you want and to go for it. And you're developing a lot of personal power. Do you know Robert Greene? Because Robert Greene is the author of that 48 Laws of Power book. And I see that you will see some sort of podcast by Robert Greene, some sort of video, and it will inspire you to find out more ways in which you can become the most powerful version of yourself, not in a manipulative way, but in a way of using your God-given talents and gifts in order to place yourself in a position where you can be to as much value as possible to humanity, and of course, also be able to live the life of your dreams. As long as your dreams are pure, as long as what you want to accomplish, your why, your values, your core self has pure intent, there's no reason why you shouldn't be the one who is at the top, why you shouldn't be the one who is in a position of power, why you shouldn't be the one who's making all the money in the world so you don't have to worry about anything and you can live in your dream home, you can help your family, you can give back to your community. If not you, it will just be someone else, and it may be someone who has a more selfish intent of just doing things for the sake of power for themselves because they're power hungry. So why not someone like you be in a position of power? Because someone will be in a position of power regardless. If it's not you, it will be someone else, group number 3. So it might as well be someone like you. The world is better off if power is put into the hands of someone like you than someone who is just a power-hungry narcissist, which is what we have in so many political as well as extremely large businesses, where there are certain people who have all the power that really should not have any power at all because they're in it for the wrong reasons. So why not you is the question. And you ask yourself that over and over again during the year 2025, almost as fuel when you see someone doing amazingly well. It's not that you are comparing yourself or that you're not wishing them well or that you don't feel as though they deserve it. You just think, I also deserve it, okay? If they deserve it, why not me too? And that's a shift in your thought pattern that was necessary in order for you to actually attain the success, because to attain the success, you must claim it. Learning to claim it is what a lot of us still need to start to be capable of, because a lot of us are too shy to claim things, but you are learning to unlearn the patterns of too much humility and too much of this making yourself small, and learning to put yourself out there and live to the fullest, to be visible, to be seen, and to be comfortable being perceived. Now, group number 3, I'm going to clear and cleanse the space. Spirit is telling me there are a few more messages that we do have available for you. So you don't have to lift a finger, you don't have to do a thing, just hold on tight and I'll be right back for us to delve into a few more details that you have to receive about 2025 in order to know everything there is to know about this year. All right, group number 3, let's step into the additional messages that Spirit has in store for you for 2025 and uncover precisely what is coming towards you. So we've got empowered as well as psychic. All right, you know what I immediately need to think of when I see this? It's psychic CEO. You are empowered to be the psychic CEO of your life. You are empowered to listen to your intuition and to listen to all of the things that you're learning about your psychic abilities. But on another note here within empowered, I do also see that just having this energy of knowing, yes, I can do these things, I can accomplish. It's also making you more fearless to work with others. The number 3 in numerology is a number of collaboration. We've got the number 3 in empowered and 35 in psychic. And I see you growing in the sense of you're not afraid to collaborate with others because you trust yourself. So you're also not worried about things not working out because you know that for one, you can trust yourself to do things by yourself if they don't work out. And for 2, you're not afraid of other people because you've learned to set boundaries and you've kind of mentally strengthened yourself to never allow for anyone to control how you feel about yourself and life. Again, you've learned that lesson the hard way and you won't make that mistake moving forward. Within peaceful, I can see that for you, group number 3, 2025 is a very peaceful experience once you've tuned into this part of yourself, once you've completely surrendered to the fact that, yeah, you are meant to be an empowered psychic. You are meant to be this person who does not have to reason with their actions or as to why they're doing things a certain way. If you feel in your intuition that something is wrong, you're going to either address it or you're going to walk away from the situation because you know that it is not meant to be, and you're not going to put yourself in a compromising situation just because someone is saying, well, there's no logical reason for you to not carry on. If you feel intuitively like something is up, we don't have to walk down the dark alleyway for someone to say, see, nothing happened that night. Yeah, but what if it is one of those nights that something does happen and your intuition was right? We don't have to go down the rabbit hole to prove whether there's a predator in there or not, or to prove that our intuition was right or false. If you feel it, there's a reason why that emotion is here, either with people or situations. Even if you feel like, I shouldn't get on this train today, or I don't think I want to drive there right now. I don't think I want to take that road. I want to take a different one. I don't think this flight is a flight I want to get on. And we have the number 3 again here. So listen to that, okay? Because it is divine protection. How many times has there been an incident where someone had a really weird gut feeling about a flight and they said, I'm not going to get on it, or they told a loved one, don't get on it. And then that flight was either severely delayed or something terrible happened, either with the flight or at the destination that the flight was going to go to. So listen to that. There's a reason why you've been blessed with this really strong intuition. And your number for 2025, your angel number is 333. We've got 3, 37, 35, so 333. Every single card beginning with the number 3, that's no coincidence. It's a synchronicity that you are meant to receive. Group number 3. Isn't that just such a strong, symbolic, and numerological sign from Spirit for you that you were still meant to receive? That's why this reading was not yet done. You had to figure this out. Now we have the Knight of Wands, which shows us that the more you believe in yourself, the more peaceful your life becomes. It's almost like having a little bit of cheekiness to you. It almost feels arrogant to have this self-belief, but to others, it goes without say. So group 3, you're not arrogant. If you're worried about being arrogant, I can already tell you, you are far from ever being considered as arrogant. If you're already overthinking that, there's no way that you're anywhere close to that. And the 9 of Cups is a symbolic representation, again, of magic manifesting happening. One of the most favorable cards within the tarot. It is a card that also shows divine intervention in love. And the feelings that you have in your love life, listen to them and you will have the best love life you've ever had for 2025. Listen to your intuition. If you feel like someone is cheating, they are cheating. If you feel like you're seeing someone and they're stringing you along, they're stringing you along. If you feel like you should leave this partner, there's never someone who said, I left too early. Everyone always says, I stayed way too long. I wasted my time for way too long. Leave. Live your best life. The 9 of Cups shows us here, your intuition is completely 100% trustworthy and on point. The question is, will you listen to it? Will you make use of it in order to create your best life? And the Knight of Swords shows us here that there's always this kind of balance between logic and emotion. But at the end of the day, the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Wands, both phallic energies, which means masculine energies. As you can see here, the suit of Wands corresponds to this wand, which is a very masculine symbol, and the Knight of Swords as well, right? We've got the sword. And masculine energy is the energy of doing. It's the energy of fearlessly stepping into what needs to happen, not being afraid to take the action that you need to take. And the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Wands, it does show me here that there are 2 individuals who are wanting to take action with you, who see you as this empowered, peaceful, psychic goddess or god that you are, and they are interested in you and don't feel as though this has to mean they're male or female. These are the energies that they represent. Of course, if you're looking to attract men or a man, this already gives you an indication. The Knight of Wands has a very sleek, charming, elegant kind of personality. You see what the haircut is like, the clothes, and this is someone who is comfortable in their body, creative, also someone who, they don't necessarily have to be a good dancer, but they're kind of the person who would dance. They're not afraid to move their body. The Knight of Swords, we've got this armor. We have a little bit more of a well thought out demeanor. The energy is more logical. The energy is that of a lawyer, is that of someone who follows suit. So a doctor, for example, whereas the Knight of Wands is a creative. All right, I'm getting a cook, I'm getting a musician, I'm getting someone who's an entrepreneur as well, whereas the Knight of Swords is a little bit more in their head at all times. And I want you to know here in the 9 of Cups that these are options that you have. This is another way that Spirit is conveying this message. You have the options in the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Wands, to choose whomever you want, if you want to. You don't even have to. Like for me right now, for example, group number 3, I'm not dating at all. Even if there's options, I don't want. I'm not doing it. Because right now I'm focused on Psychic CEO. Right now I'm focused on you guys. I'm focused on my path, my journey, my calling, which is to empower people, which is to help you to create your dream lives, which is to help you believe in yourselves, which is to create a kind of platform and legacy where anyone who feels like they need a community, anyone who feels like they have no one, has a place to go, to learn, to connect, and to also simultaneously create a life of ease, of peace, and their desires. So you may feel the same at that point in your life where for a long time maybe you couldn't be alone or you didn't know how to be alone, and then once you get the hang of it, once you're forced to, because you've had so many failed relationships or situationships, or you're just tired of getting to know people and always like starting afresh with the whole telling each other one another's life stories, you may just get to the point where you're like, I'm focused on myself right now. And that is completely cool too. The three of crystals in reverse shows us that you don't have to even make that decision and stick to it forever. You can make that decision and stick to it for a week, a month, perhaps it may even span into a year. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you do what you want. What matters is that you give 0 F's about what you should be doing, and you focus on what you want and what makes you feel good and what you feel that you can take emotionally, because the Page of Crystals reverse just shows us here that you are the kind of person who's very sensitive, and the Page of Crystals reverse, it shows us that people who are emotionally insensitive and don't value that, you've got to steer clear of them. And I see that you just don't even have the capacity for childish friends or to argue anymore. That time has come and gone. Group number 3, you're too grown for any of that. I see the Queen of Crystals reverse, fiery women, all right? Like people who are constantly gossiping, they're going, they're leaving. 2025, you will come out with a smaller group of friends. And if you're thinking to yourself right now, Vanessa, how's that possible? My friend circle is already teeny tiny. You will make new friends along the way. You will still have a circle, you will still have friends, but just the ones that are drama, those are the ones that are leaving. And the Four of Cups shows us that because you have for the first time gotten so comfortable with your own presence, your own company, and being alone, you don't need anyone. And that makes you extremely dangerous and powerful in the best possible way. Group number 3, and that energy is actually really magnetic and attractive because people can tell, oh, you don't need them, you don't want to be around them if they are not actually making you feel good, if they're not actually providing emotional safety and security, and it holds people to a higher standard. You hold yourself to a high standard, and you're not about to continue to give people free passes to act however they want to act, while you're the only one holding things up to a certain standard. You have that minimum kind of requirement for anyone who is around you, and it shows that you're valuing yourself, you're valuing your peace, you're valuing your time, and you are empowered enough to cut people off that don't belong in your life. And just know here within Psychic, your psychic abilities are going to reveal themselves more and more in 2025. That's also something that we do within Psychic CEO. We develop our psychic abilities. We see what kind of psychic abilities we all have and we all possess, because you may be clairvoyant, clairsentient, clairaudient. There's so many ways. And just understanding that there are so many different forms of psychic ability will open up a completely new world to you and a completely new understanding of yourself. And once you understand that about yourself, you become unstoppable. So group number 3, these are the messages for 2025 that I received for you. The links are below in the description box, so check those out. I also have my free mini courses below as well, so you can get acquainted with the space. But actual Psychic CEO at the time of me recording this video has over 400 modules. All right, you guys, I have literally created over 400 videos, downloadables, vendor lists for you to start your business, so on and so forth. It is insane. All right, just trust me when I say so. You guys know I have created over 700 videos here on YouTube over the years and counting. So when I say something has had a lot of effort and time and energy put into it, I know what I'm talking about. So group number 3, wherever you are on this gorgeous planet, just know 2025, it's finally your year. Things are happening for you. Know that I'm rooting for you. I'm sending you so much love wherever you are on this gorgeous planet. If you made it all the way to the end, leave a dove emoji below, because that is the symbol of peace, and it showed up here within your reading, within the last messages you were meant to receive within this prediction. That's the only way anyone would know that you're part of group number 3. If you watch this reading all the way to the end, so we clearly vibe with one another, you're clearly just such a loyal part of the unicorn family, of the unicorn army. And for that, I will forever be thankful to have found you as part of my soul tribe, for us to have each other. So group 3, I'm sending you so much love and abundance, and I can't wait to catch up with you during one of our upcoming predictions.